Hello, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. According to the new law on kidnapping passed by the Edo State House of Assembly and also signed by the Governor of Edo State, Governor Monday Okbeolo, on any house found being used for kidnapping activities will be demolished. For that reason, we're going to be going out on the street to sample people's opinion, hear what they have to say about the new law. It's a Viewpoint on ITV.
First, it's a good law. Let's put it there. It's a very good law. The law goes very far beyond, apart from kidnapping, even sponsors of kidnapping, sponsors of courtesan activities, they've all been captured by this law, such that persons can now fall the persons that can fall prey are wider than what it used to be. But again, that law on its own will put more jeopardy or put more persons in jeopardy as it is right now, because you can't really tell what your tenant is doing in your house. That's why in these days of building houses and leaving it to tenants, where you don't have landlord living there, it's not every time the landlord lives there. I have houses that I manage today that I only visit maybe twice a year. The owners are outside this country, they are abroad. I put tenants there. I have given them the place. They are within their rights by law to enjoy peaceful possession by law. So I cannot even go there and just say I want to open their door and that I suspect anything. I cannot. So you see, it's a law that we need to also look at the implementation. I would have thought that bringing in this law, we should also amend our tenancy laws. We should amend our housing laws such that if you suspect, not even the landlord alone, if anybody in the street suspect that the persons living in that house, they are carrying out activities that fall under this law, those people can have proper recourse, people they can recourse to, and report to and remove such persons from there before it becomes a situation where the house itself has to go. Because sometimes you punish the house owner, and the house owner has no inkling, and even if he had an inkling, there was nothing he could have done. I have dealt with a case of the landlord was in Lagos, but he got information that one of his tenants was bringing firearms to the house. He got information from another tenant who pleaded to be anonymous because of security. He was afraid of his life and that of his children. So he called landlord, please, this boy, I saw him, they were taking firearms into his room. So the landlord came to me. He wants this boy out by all means, but I cannot force him out. I have to go through the legal procedure, serve him notice, the required notice, and notice sometimes can be long. In this case, it needed 6 months because it's a 1 year tenant that had no tenancy agreement. So what happens if within that period of my notice he is caught in kidnapping or in courtesy? So there are so many things that we need to put in if this law must work, because it's a good law. But like I said, we need to also bring in persons who have operated under this environment before and to tell us what they feel can be done to better operate that law. Firstly, if you go to the police, they don't have records, so remove police from the issue. They don't have records. But let us even look at it from another perspective. How do you profile these people? You profile them today, they bring happens tomorrow. I have a tenant I've been trying to eject for more than 6 months, no more than a year. Each time we file, before the matter gets to the stage of judgment, they change one of the members of the court. We have to start de novo. We started de novo in the matter. My matter has been struck out twice. Why this matter was going on? So it's been more than a year I've been trying to eject a tenant. What happened is that the person who came here to take let of that property is a man with a wife. They look responsible. He gave me his business card and everything. He said, oh, this is a good person to give a house to. But when I started visiting the house, I have never seen that much. He has never lived there for 1 day. He took let of that place, placed his mother there, his siblings who are all rejected from different families, maybe the ones who married, the marriage didn't work out, the ones who were working somewhere and they stole and they were driven, just loaded them in that place like a refugee camp. That's what they are doing in that house. There's no person, the person I gave the property to is not there. And I cannot just jump into the house and force them out. I must go through the proper procedure. See, that is why I say again, we need to amend our tenancy laws. It's long overdue. The tenancy law we are using here, we inherited them from the white people, the British people. And these people we inherited these things from, we copied from, let me not use the inherit, we copied from. These people, they have amended their own self such that today, if you want to eject a tenant from a house, you no longer need to go to court, because this is our system of you have to go to court, you have to give notice and go to court. It's too long. We can have a simpler system that says, oh, before you issue notice, come and take the notice from court so that we know that you actually issued it. Go to court, pay for the notice in court, let the court belief go and serve it. Once the period expires, if it's 1 month, if it's 2 months, if it's 3 months, as the law provides for, once the period expires, the court belief will go and eject the person without having to come through trial system anymore.
First and foremost, I must commend the House for the law they passed. Also for the governor to assent to it. Kidnapping is rampant because there are connivance. There can be no kidnapping where there is no place to keep the victims. If a house is used as an object to aid the offense and the kidnapper is sentenced to death, why should the house exist? It's like saying an armed robber is convicted for robbery, but the gun he used can be given back to the owner. They are what they call instrument used for the commission of the crime. They should go. As long as there is no place to keep kidnapped victims, people will not indulge in it. Most of these landlords know what they are doing. You see a man have no job, want to pay you a house of 500, is prepared to pay you 2 million. You don't find a source of job. Where did you work? You have no job, you have no wife, you have no child. You are only interested in the money. I think it's a welcome development. So people will now be cautious before they give out houses to people. I saw the one they did in Ile, saw the one they did in Onwa and in Rumi, and on the television. In the television, I think this is a welcome development. It's like those days under the custom law. Any instrument a motor used to drive goods that are not licensed forfeited to the federal government. I don't see anything wrong with it. Let them demolish them so that people will be cautious. At least, incident of kidnapping is a menace in the society. If you can go to the camps and destroy the camps where the Fulani are staying in the bush, why not destroy the one they are using in the town? I think the landlord should ask the property tenants to go and depose to affidavit and give a copy to the police if there is any reason to protect the landlord. What job do you do? What's your age? Where do you work? Perhaps, I know if a lawyer wanted to get an office in Benin, the landlord said, I want a senior lawyer to certify that you are of good character. I have to. Personally, because to undertake that is of a good character before the landlord gave him the house. And that is the essence of it all. The idea of overnight riches, kidnapping, it's not best of it all. I think people, before you give a house, tell the people, go and depose to affidavit for the job you do, give a copy to the DP of your area so that I can be protected. In the absence of that, you are not accomplished.
The recent law that have been passed by those state House of Assembly that tend to checkmate and address the activities of criminals in the states, ranging from kidnappers, armed robbers, cultists, etc. It's a very sensitive and at the same time a complex issue that we are dealing with. Again, everything that have advantage has disadvantages. This law perhaps were made in good faith. There is one thing to make law, there is another thing to implement these laws. I want to advise that these laws should be implemented with human face. Like I said, if any property, as is stated in the law, is used to carry out crime, it should be well investigated before actions of demolition can be carried out. Because it is possible that a criminal, being a kidnapper, could be residing in a house of persons who is not in any way involved in the said crime. For instance, if I'm a landlord, I rent an apartment to a tenant, I don't know what that tenant do. Perhaps the tenant is a civil servant. We have seen a uniform person, security personnel like the police or army personnel involving in kidnapping and armed robbing. If as a landlord you now rent an apartment to such person, should you have anything to worry about? No. But if unfortunately the person now indulge in criminality, should that mean my house should be destroyed? It's a very big issue, and we are very concerned about this aspect because it could happen to anybody. So as such, we are advising that the government should enforce this law with human face, not to enforce it with any intention to victimize anybody. And before there should be any form of demolition of any house, there are procedural processes of investigating crime. There are aspects that the judiciary, with the court, will have to come in to find a person guilty. You can't just say Comrade Curtis Ogbebo is alleged of kidnapping and you just carry out such an exercise to carry out a dozer to go and put down a house when the process is provided for in the law has not been followed. The process of investigating me, if I'm directly involved in the crime, try me in a court, giving me an opportunity to defend myself in court. It is only when I am found guilty that such action can be carried out on me. When that is not done, I don't think such actions is just enough. It negates the procedures, the procedural norm provided for in the law for prosecuting crime. So in all, while the government is making efforts to checkmate, to reduce the crime or deal with crime, the government should also consider the innocent persons that could be victimized in the process. So we advise that the government follow due process in fighting criminality in the state and other part of the country. Nigeria as a country does not have a database that contains the information of the citizens. So from where and how are they going to document or profile tenants? If I'm being invited by a landlord or by security personnel, is it not what I tell them that they will document? If they ask me where I work, I tell them I work XYZ, I run a personal business. What mechanism, technology does the government have to do verification? So to me, that could be a mere eye service, an exercise in futility, because the government over time have not deemed it necessary to collate the database of every Nigeria like it is in elder civilized and sane society. So it's going to be, like I said, it's a very sensitive and complex issue. So the government have to take step by step to address this issue so that we don't exacerbate and the process victimize innocent persons.
The issue of kidnappers being dealt with by a way of maybe demolishing their houses when they are found guilty is a good one. But then I think the law enforcement need to do a thorough due diligence to ensure that the owner of this house, the person who owns this house, they have to investigate to ensure that they have done their investigations, and if perhaps they have not done their investigation, then the law can have its course. But if they find out that these persons have in any way tried to do their investigation before accepting these persons into their compound, they should find a way to help the situation, because we cannot tell somebody who have taken his time, maybe his hard-earned money, maybe even his last money to build a house, and then you demolish the house because the person gave it to a wrong person, and not the fault. I mean, it's not the fault of the owner of the house. So I would advise and I would suggest that yes, it's a good idea, but let's ensure that investigations are done properly, very properly, before anything of such is carried out. Because yes, some landlords will be aware, perhaps because they've had agreement or understanding with these kidnappers, and they will not overlook it because of the money that they are getting. So if you find them guilty, I agree that their houses should be demolished totally.
I want to first and foremost commend the State House of Assembly for taking the bull by the horn, because kidnapping has assumed a very worrisome dimension. At the onset, it was like kidnapping expatriates, and then they proceeded to a large-scale kidnapping citizens. Now it is like kidnapping the poor, even the poor of the poorest. And that, of course, is a call to a serious action from the side of the government. But be that as it may, we should not forget that there are factors that necessitate this action behind the persons who are going into that venture of kidnapping, because it is now becoming a business to some persons, forgetting that they should be aware that kidnapping is a crime and every crime must be punished. And so that is why I said I want to give kudos to the House of Assembly for being able to come up with this laudable idea of passing a death sentence. I think that is a bit okay. But looking at the aspect of demolishing the houses where these kidnappers used to keep their victim, I want to say that first and foremost, some of these kidnappers may not keep their victim in a house where they themselves have rented. They can use some abandoned building, they can use some dilapidating houses, and at most time the owner may not even be aware that their houses are being used. So I think the government should look at that portion critically, because when I saw I think through the social media the demolition of a house in Uromi where the kidnapper were using as a hideout, or where they were keeping their victims, I felt well, it may be good, but if the owner does not authorize the kidnapper using his own place for such, I think that area should be looked into by the government, especially with this our present day, you know, investigating aspect. They want to carry out quick prosecution, and sometimes the investigation may be so shoddy that they cannot even go to the extent of getting the view of the owner of the house if he actually was aware that such person is using the house for kidnapping purposes. Again, I think it will put every landlord on their toes, so that in case you are bringing somebody into your house, you should be able to look at his character and what he's doing for a living. And like some person said, it should be profiled, involving the police to actually look at this person, how he makes his money, what business he's doing, before you can actually give out your house to persons for use or for rent. Especially a house where you don't live as a landlord or a landlady. You should be able not just give it to agent and then allow the agent to do some fast job because they need their own agency fee, and put people of questionable character. I want to say here and now that the government should do more than what they have done now by looking at the factors that necessitate kidnapping.
We are happy first that we have a government that is putting things in place to help check insecurity, because the issue of kidnapping had gone beyond the ordinary. So every responsible government will want to put everything in place, in short, to control it. And with the new law, more especially the one that is a little bit causing for worry for some, especially landlords who give out houses to people. Some may tell you I'm a dry cleaner, and at the end of the day he or she does something else. And some are informant to kidnapper, some are not even physical at the point of kidnapping, but they are the main masterminder. It's quite unfortunate that it does happen like that, but the also thing is that somebody must also pay a price, and that is going to put everyone on his toe, that you must now know the people you give house to. And in some cases I think the law would have gone further to investigating the property of the parents of those people. If the person is a tenant somewhere and you can really find out this is his father's house, this is his mother's house, if he does not have his own house, maybe the demolition should go towards those properties, instead of the one that sometimes the landlord gives out his house through an agent, through a lawyer, and the landlord lives in Lagos, lives in Abuja. All you just do, because we now have a new tenancy system where you consult an agent that I want to lease my house and you are far away. You are abroad, you build a house here, a lawyer helps you to give house to people. All that they are concerned about is getting their own agent fee, and they give the house out. At the end of the day, you now say one of the tenants was a kidnapper and the house is being demolished, and someone somewhere in UK have been working in mortuary, doing restaurant work, doing some very mini job to get that property done. It really can be painful, but I think there should be a furtherance to this. There should be some clause to be amended at this level. I think so, because just a law that has been passed and it can as well be amended to advancing it first, profiling after getting the corporate, profiling the person's parents' property. If he or she doesn't have, then that property can be faced first, more especially in the cases where the landlord does not even reside there. It will be understandable that you don't expect where I don't stay, I should know more about the activities of the person staying there. So being a fan of the governor, I appreciate what he has just done and the House of Assembly for passing this and the governor assigning it, but I think we can go further by what I have just said, so that those who are not in any way involved will not be a casualty. But if it's the property of the person that is involved, that he has a property, no question should be asked. They can go there and demolish it the next day. But in a situation whereby somebody is renting someone's house, the landlord does not stay there, or he knows that somebody says he's a medical doctor and he's renting my house and he pays my own fee, that is all that people are really concerned about. So please, I think there should be some amendments to that section. I think the government can have, a direct intelligence team attached to government house, either the office of the special advisor to the governor on security matters, or maybe another department within government that have to do with security. Then those consultants are just there and they are experts on this, and they will be independent people, not Nigeria police. I think the police is overwhelmed with a lot of issues. Adding this to their own, they can just even be in a hurry and get the possible results in order for them to go back to the office and continue with the normal case they have in their table. So I think independent security consultants can be better, if not the DSSS being involved.
So far so good. We've heard all they have to say about the new law on kidnapping being passed by the Edo State House of Assembly, especially in the aspect of landlords profiling their tenants before giving them house. Some are of the opinion that it is achievable, while some are saying it is not achievable. But in all we need to do as citizens is to put our heads together and work with the state governments to be able to achieve this single purpose. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion After performing all traditional rites, the elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to another edition of Tech Today on Independent Television, your #1 stop for everything innovation, gadgets, and technology shaping the way we live and work. I am Momo Lawal, or you can call me Mr. Kankan, and you'll be right. And today, we are beaming our focus on the power of the sun, literally. Yes, the topic is the power of solar innovation in Nigeria. Across the country, more Nigerians are turning to solar energy for light, for comfort, and business continuity. But how much do we really know about this solar technology that is changing the way we power our world? To help us understand this, I have with me an electrical engineer and a solar engineer specialist, Engineer Elisha Leo Asikidi. He has worked on several solar installation and energy projects, and it will be helping us unpack how solar energy works, what innovations are happening right now, and of course, what the future looks like for Nigeria. But before we dive into all of that, Engineer Elisha, how are you doing? Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning, guys.
All right, thank you very much for coming. All right, and as usual, before we go into all of this, we'll give you the biggest tech headlines that is making waves, both globally and locally. We call it the Tech Updates segment. Stay tuned, don't go nowhere. Welcome back, guys. It's still Tech Today, and we are diving into the Tech Update segment. Yes, #1 on the Tech Updates, we have that Apple has rolled out a groundbreaking eye tracking feature on the iPhone 16. This allows users to control the phone using only their eyes. No touch, no voice, just gaze. Okay, it uses an advanced AI to interpret where you're looking and respond accordingly. This means you can just scroll through apps, reply to messages, or even open your photo just by looking at your phone. You know, it's a game changer for people with mobility or physical challenges. This is a feature that just shows you that technology is not only about convenience, but it's about inclusion. Elisha, what do you think about that innovation by Apple?
Well, this innovation by Apple is actually for those who are physically impaired.
Well, I think it's something that I want to use, to just use my eyes to be controlling my device.
Well, you already have your hands.
But for convenience, I'm just saying.
It's just for the convenience of
yeah.
Those who do not have the ability to. So you use your eyes to do the...
To your phone. But I'm just imagining how it would be. We're waiting for it. We'll bring you guys more updates on that on the show, of course, as it unfolds. Next on the tech updates, we have that Starlink has introduced what we call community Wi-Fi in parts of Africa and Asia. So instead of everyone buying an expensive dish, a single Starlink hotspot can now serve an entire community at a much cheaper rate. It's like having one Wi-Fi dish in a village and everybody connects to it just like a cafe hotspot. This could close the internet gap in remote areas and give schools and small businesses reliable access. Imagine a rural area in Edo State or Taraba streaming online classes through Starlink's shared Wi-Fi. Elisha, what isn't it fascinating?
It is fascinating, and if you look, technology is actually evolving every day.
Yes.
And so those who were in the market before leave the market for the new ones.
So yeah, I really like this tech update because, as a matter of fact, it shows you that we don't even know what we're going to expect in the next 5 years in terms of technology.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I like that. You know, it's a good one. Big ups to Elon Musk's team. Next on the tech update, still globally, we have that Apple and Google are collaborating to establish a global safety standards for artificial intelligence. They want to make sure that AI behaves responsibly and protects user data. It's like both companies, you know, Apple and Google is big companies, they're big companies. They are agreeing on traffic rules so that your phone's artificial intelligence doesn't go around, you know, misusing your information or doesn't even go rogue on you. You know, this partnership will can make everyday device safer for users worldwide. You know, Elisha, you know, I'm really particular about this tech update because it actually addresses privacy concern. What do you like about this?
Only thing I can say that I like about this collaboration is the fact that I can now back up my Apple memories on the Google Drive, instead of the iCloud.
And also, they are not trying to ensure that you don't. There are certain things that the cloud would know. They don't want the cloud to know everything about you. If you don't want them to know certain things about you, it will not upload such information to the cloud anymore. It will just stay locally on your phone.
Yeah,
it's a good
innovation.
Now, coming here home in Nigeria, we have that our Nigerian government has signed an agreement with a Chinese solar giant, LONGi, to build 1 gigawatt solar panel factory. The goal is to produce panels locally and reduce the high cost of importing them. So this means very soon we could start buying made in Nigeria solar panels that are going to be cheaper and easy to access. This could actually transform Nigeria's renewable energy sector and create thousands of jobs. You know, imagine a tech hub in Benin City that could, you know, install affordable local panels made here in Nigeria. I know this is something relating to what we're discussing today, Elisha.
Well, it's a good initiative by the government to come into this collaboration with LONGi. Well, it has been well overdue.
Yeah,
because at least for it to reduce the cost of the way we buy our panels at home. So it's a good one.
Oh, man, I'm liking the tech updates as we go. And also in tech update locally, we have the Lagos State. We shared this with you a few weeks ago. That Lagos State, they are going into what we call smart traffic lights. Now, Lagos State, they are currently testing smart traffic lights that uses sensor and artificial intelligence to control timing based on real-time traffic flow. So it's like traffic lights that have brains. When one lane is very full, it gives that lane more time to move. You know, this smart traffic system can reduce congestion and, you know, fuel wastage in busy cities. You know, I particularly like this one that traffic lights, smart traffic lights. It just makes me understand that maybe, you know, normally we have our traffic light that normally move from maybe 90 seconds or 60 seconds. Now, it doesn't have to wait the whole 90 seconds if it sees that the place is now being congested. It just automatically just turns green and it allows people to move freely. It's not a good one.
It's a good one and it's actually powered by solar anyway.
Oh, it is powered by solar?
Yeah, because you can't use that when we have poor power supply.
I don't know about that power supply, but I know it's not exactly poor. It has improved.
Yeah.
So it's a good one, and you know, but I'm scared. Will people actually obey those traffic lights?
Why not? Lagos is a place where they've advanced even more than many states in the country. So you don't just be the light there anyhow.
Okay.
You have to take.
There's a fine for that.
Yeah.
And lastly, in the tech updates, we have Inoso Motors have launched what we call an electric delivery van. So Inoso Motors have announced plans actually to release electric delivery van next year. These vehicles will run on batteries instead of fuel, and making them cleaner and cheaper to maintain. So think of this as a delivery vans that you can charge with like your phone, the way you charge your phone. There's no petrol, no noise, no pollution. This move marks Nigeria's entry into a fast-growing electric mobility industry. Elisha, imagine delivery companies now using this. You are driving your vehicles. We know we graduated from using petrol to now using CNG, and now we're now having electric vehicles, and it's not even going into the logistics area. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a perfect one for us because it's high time we start trusting our brands. And, bringing out this kind of brand, electric vehicle, well, it's a 100% plus for us.
It's a 100% plus. I am sure that we can charge them regularly because I like this, becoming fair and all of that. Now, these are the top stories that's happening right now in tech, and let us dive right now into our topic for today, which is the power of solar innovation in Nigeria. Elisha, thank you very much again for joining us on the program. So let's just begin with this basic. What exactly is solar energy, and how does this solar power technology, how does it work?
Okay, solar energy is the conversion of sunlight to electricity. It's as simple as that. Where you use, where the photovoltaic cells are being charged up through the sunlight and sent to the house. So basically, the things that you use to, store these things are batteries.
Yeah.
Then from the batteries, you get to use your inverters to invert the charges that are installed in the batteries to your house, to your homes.
Because the energy that comes there is in the DC.
In the DC, yes, and which the inverter changes.
DC means direct current.
Direct current, which the inverter changes to alternating current.
AC.
To AC.
Okay.
So, well, the process it takes is when there's sunlight, the cells take charges from the sun.
Okay.
Then, you have your positive and negative cables, which are from the panels to your charge controller. And these charge controllers, you use them according to the numbers of panels that you want to use for your home or businesses. So with that charge controller, your panels are being connected to it. Then from there to your inverter, from your battery, or your inverter to your battery, at least the battery has to power the inverter. So when all this happens, it's just like a circle. The sunlight goes to the charge controller goes to the battery, the inverter goes to the battery. Whatever is stored in the battery, there will not be sunlight for the whole day. So at night, the inverter inverts whatever it is that's left of the battery to give you at least power supply for the remaining of the hour or the night.
Wow, this is very, very good to take in. I really like how you explain it to us. That's why you're the solar energy expert. Now, I understand that solar energy has become very popular, and I don't know how affordable it is. Maybe you can share light on that, and also describe how we Nigerians are the progress in adopting this solar energy so far.
Well, with the high level of marketing that we engineers are already trying to enlighten people about using solar and letting them know that solar is way cheaper than you running on gen, with the high cost of fuel, you running electricity or BEDC, because many people run their homes with what they call it, high bills.
Yes.
So
most of the bills, sometimes they are even
estimated bills. So the thing is, there are initiatives that have been put down for you to be able to afford this solar. Firstly, you can go with paying small. There are companies who agree for you to pay small. You come, you give them the plans, or they give you the plans which you can get to whatever it is that you want. If it's the 1 kVA, 2 kVA, 3 kVA, 5 kVA.
So you pay by installments?
Yes, you pay installments. So with those kind of initiatives, it has become easier and affordable for people to use.
So it's not exactly expensive
No,
now.
It's not, except you have the money, you just go for it at once.
Okay, now we've been discussing solar, and a lot of people are already using this solar energy. So now I want to understand, what are the most common misconceptions that Nigerians have about solar energy? What are the things that we're not getting properly? You can maybe share it with us.
Firstly, I would like to talk on my own personal experience.
Okay.
So I met a client which I told her about going solar, because she was always complaining that their transformer gets bad more often.
Yeah.
So I said, why don't you just go solar to save you the stress, all these many talks and all. So she was like, solar that my sister's house caught fire. And I said, how are you sure? That is the solar that made your sister's house to
get fire,
get that fire. Why are you not saying, okay, whether it's from maybe the normal light she decides or from the hair? Why are you sure it's solar? And that aside is because your sister used a low-level engineer, hence someone with no much experience, and the quality that the person used. So those things are one of the things we face. And some people will say it's expensive, so we'll try to let them know that you can pay small for these products, and they are good to go.
So the misconception most people think that solar can make their house go on fire and all of that. Persons think that solar is only for the rich. That's also a misconception.
No, not really. Anyway,
they always feel that buying any equipment of that will maybe incur more cost to you. And now you are making us understand that you can pay installments.
To get whatever it is.
So talking about solar, we know that technology is evolving every day, Elisha. So what are some of the new solar technology that Nigerians should be excited about? What are the things that are coming into solar that we can be excited about in the near future?
Okay, yeah, there are several things that are being produced right now in the market. There's the bifacial solar panels. Those ones attract charges from both the face and that's the top and the back.
Oh,
like from Honda
from the panel.
Yes.
Oh, it's attracted from top
and it gives more efficiency.
Wow. Why doesn't now get charges from bottom when the sun is not hitting there? Oh, through the heat from the aluminum or your roof.
Yes, from the roof.
Okay.
So it does another kind of innovation. And there are also other things that even the longer is also trying to do, to get a kind of charge that everything that's both the monocrystalline, the polycrystalline, whatever it is, the silicon, everything put together with whatever they're producing, now charges it more than 50% of what monocrystalline would produce. Yes,
but it will not affect the battery. It will not be overcharging or too much.
No, you know, when you are getting that, it means you are getting you are getting more batteries or a higher battery watts.
Okay.
So in getting those kind of things, you have to go for maybe lithium batteries, 15 kilowatts, 20 kilowatts. At least it will charge faster, even while it's cloudy, no sun.
Oh, because that's another thing that will not restrain from solar. They say when it's cloudy or it doesn't really charge more.
That's why we advise people to go for more panels. You know, when you have more panels put together.
But more panels, I've seen this more panels as if it's cheap. It's quite expensive.
You are paying small anyway.
Okay. It's still Tech Today on Independent Television, and Elisha and I were discussing the power of solar innovation in Nigeria, and it's just sharing what is solar and what we can learn about solar. And moving forward, we're going to ask him more questions just after the break. Don't go nowhere. When we come back, we'll throw more questions at Elisha. Welcome back to the program. It's still Tech Today on Independent Television, and we're discussing the power of solar energy, the innovation of solar energy in Nigeria, how solar has really helped us in Nigeria, and what is solar energy in general. So we have Engineer Elisha, who is a solar energy expert and also an electrical engineer with us in the studio, and has been answering lots of questions for us. So Engineer Elisha, you know, I know that in one way or the other, we need government's involvement in solar. So what way do you think that our Nigerian government can help us, you know, make this affordable, this solar energy affordable, or make it easy for us so that everybody, and most people in Nigeria, not everybody can actually have access to this innovation, this technology?
Well, one of the things we actually face about the solar product is importation. The tax which has been placed on importing those solar products down to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Well, if the governments can be so kind to, you know, reduce the taxes for those products.
When you say taxes, I remember our government is big on tax. Okay.
Then also, the government can also do the subsidize some of the products. At least, I know they are trying to do a factory here that can now produce panels, which is also a good thing ahead. So it will reduce the costs actually for us. Then also, private companies also are going to play a role based on paying small, the installment payments.
Okay,
and all. So that rule again would help people who really do not have much, but can pay that, small.
Governments can also assist people to pay.
Yes, to at least. So that's part of also the subsidy that they can do for people to be able to get these products. Which is also
now, thank you very much. I have this question. It has been on my mind. Somebody has asked me before in the past, and I want to bring it to you now. We know solar energy really helps us nowadays in our country, but do you think solar can replace the national grid, say in 10 or 20 years from now?
Well, truthfully,
yes.
it might not, or it cannot, but it will reduce.
Why?
Because you have to produce a lot of watts for people to use.
But imagine we are in a community that has, many amounts of solar panels are mounted there, and they say for that community, let's assume they want to go solar, total solar, and they want to cut out of the national grid.
Except that community has not had anything about national grid light or whatever.
Okay.
If it's maybe an opening a new community, and they can say, okay, instead of relying on the national grid, let's just go solar, and it's going to cost a lot also, based on, because these are new people already there. It's not as if they already had units there beforehand.
So
where you already have the national grid, so it's going to be very hard to now say you want to switch from the national grid. Totally, yes. So it will only reduce the usage of the national grid.
Now let's talk about batteries. We know that batteries is like the powerhouse of solar. Now, does this battery does it affect the cost? Is it what makes solar more expensive, or does it also affect the lifespan of solar systems?
Well, it affects the lifespan of solar systems positively.
Okay.
Because with the batteries, you cannot just be running on solar only at noon. You also have the night and maybe early morning. And these batteries are what you use to run throughout those periods.
So a good battery, how long can it last you? A good battery?
8 hours.
No, eventually, long-term wise, can it last you for 5 years before
Yes, for the tubular batteries, it can last you from 2 to 3 years or more.
Before you replace them?
Depending on the maintenance culture. But for the lithium, 10 to 15 years.
Wow.
Yes, because the maintenance is done internally. You don't need to do much. As long as it's been connected well, the materials used are of good quality. Then it can last you for 10 to 15 years.
Beautiful. Speaking of good quality, and also you mentioned earlier, I want to know, what are the biggest mistakes engineers make when they are installing solar? Share with us. I believe you must have installed several panels and all of that to different clients. What are the mistakes that you think people make when installing this solar system?
Well, one of the mistakes people make or engineers make is not having a good solar installation system. How? Like, when you want to install solar, you have cases that you can build for your batteries. You don't just bring batteries and put them on the floor where anybody can reach it. A person who you are installing solar for has children, and the children can come there and, just by touching the battery valves and all, you don't just leave it there like that. We have cases which we can build, and you put those batteries there. They are locked but exposed at some sites where the emission can just easily go out from. So those things are one of the mistakes they make. Another mistake is the low quality material. You're fixing a solar of 10 kVA, 20 kVA, then you are using a low quality wire of 1 mm or 1.5 mm. Now, when you are fixing those kind of things, you use materials that can hold the strength of energy which passes through, so that you don't have the scenario of this wire got burnt there, from there entered, so my house now got burnt. No, you use good quality materials. You are being paid for this, so why not just buy this thing instead of you trying to be greedy to minimize costs for it.
All right, thank you so much. I've really learned a lot today. We've had a truly enlightening conversation today with Engineer Elisha Leo Asikidi. He's an expert in solar technology. He has explained to us from how solar works to how Nigerians' growing investment in renewable energy. It's clear that solar power is not just the future, okay? It is the present solution to our electricity challenges, okay? As we move towards a cleaner and smarter Nigeria, I want you all to remember that the sun does not charge anyone, okay? What we need are smart minds, of course, and the right innovation to harness it. And like Elisha said, we need to also get good materials also, so we don't go and start getting inferior materials that will not, cause us harm later in the future. All right, that is all we can take on today's edition of Tech Today. Don't forget that we do this on radio every Monday by 8:30 p.m. We call it Tech Info. Okay, join me again next week for another deep dive into the world of technology and innovation that is transforming our everyday life. My name is Momo Lawal. You can call me Mr. Kankan. Till then, stay bright, stay innovative, and keep shining with solar power. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
A beautiful evening to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. We begin with the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who has warned President Bola Tinubu and the National Secretary of the ruling All Progressives Congress, Ajibola Basiru, to steer clear of Rivers State politics. The minister gave the warning during a visit to Oyigbo local government area of Rivers State, alleging that the APC had received some funds from the 600 billion naira sum left in the state's coffers. He charged the APC secretary to learn from those who previously tried to meddle in Rivers State's politics.
If I don't say this, let me warn those who come to Rivers State because you have heard about 600 billion. You come here, you collect, and you open your mouth, you talk anyhow. I want to say it. You know, when you are doing something for the interest of everybody, some people will come out to make sure those things don't work. I say it here, Victor, I want to say it here. Take this message. Tell your National Secretary, leave Rivers State alone. Leave Rivers State alone. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Don't take our support from Mr. President for granted. You have to be careful the statement you make. You have to be careful. Today, you are enjoying in Osun. You don't know those who did the work. You are opening your mouth to talk about Rivers State. Anything you see, take it. When Mr. President comes back, when I see the Minister of Blue Economy, I will tell them to tell him, go and ask other people what has happened to them before. Putting Rivers State, carry your hand to come to Rivers State. If your hand burns, don't say the people no more.
During Mr. Wike's earlier visit to the Kana-Gokana local government area of the state, Victor Giadom, APC's vice chairman, representing the South-South region, had described Governor Siminalayi Fubara as a so-called governor. He also stated that Mr. Fubara could not win a second term in the state without going through Mr. Wike. However, APC's National Secretary, Mr. Bashiru, described Mr. Giadom's remarks as unfortunate, noting that Mr. Fubara's office as governor should go. Meanwhile, the National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Ajibola Basiru, has called on the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to resign from office following what he described as repeated attacks and interference in the affairs of the ruling party, particularly in Rivers State. Basiru said his comments were in response to Wike's criticism of his position that sitting governors deserve respect and remain party leaders in their states. In a statement, Basiru expressed shock that what he termed an innocuous call for respect toward elected governors could attract what he described as uncouth responses from a member of the Federal Executive Council. He stressed that his remarks were made in his official capacity as APC National Secretary and were aimed at protecting the party's interests and the internal structures. Basiru also stated that Wike is not a member of the APC and therefore lacks the standing to interfere in the party's internal affairs. He clarified that his oversight responsibilities as National Secretary as national in scope and not limited to his home state of Osun, insisting that his comments on APC matters in Rivers State do not amount to interference in state politics. Reacting to the allegations by Wike that APC leaders were scrambling for a purported 600 billion naira left in Rivers State's coffers, Basiru dismissed the claim as blackmail. He described his personal and public record as one of integrity and challenged Wike to provide evidence for the allegation or be prepared to defend it in court. Back to Castor, Basiru further rejected what he described as veiled threats from the FCT minister, stating that political intimidation would not deter him. He added that Wike's support for President Bola Tinubu does not confer APC membership and warned against importing opposition party practices into the ruling party. He concluded by advising Wike to resign as minister if he intends to continue actions that, in his view, undermine the APC from within the government. The need for management and staff of Independent Television and Radio Benin City to appreciate the Almighty God for His mercies and protection in the past years, while also paying close attention to their health and well-being, came to the fore on Monday as the station held its January 2026 monthly prayer session alongside the first health awareness program of the year. Joy Obaisiagbo reports.
The 1-hour praise and worship session of Independent Television and Radio held at St. Gabriel Hall, Igwosa, Benin City was attended by management, administrative, health and staff members. The session tagged Praise and Worship provided an avenue for collective thanksgiving and spiritual reflection at the start of the new year. In his address, the managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, emphasized the importance of gratitude to God for daily kindness, protection and survival, noting that appreciation attracts more abundant blessings.
Let us collectively, as a group that believe that there is a God up here, that you believe that there is a creator, let's jointly, collectively praise that creator for just 1 hour.
The atmosphere was electrified with uplifting music from Deacon Patrick Uwabo and his band, as management and staff engaged in spirited worship, praise and thanksgiving for God's faithfulness. The session also served as an opportunity to seek divine mercy, guidance and grace for the year 2026. Following the prayer session, attention shifted to staff well-being during the first health awareness program of 2026, while media practitioners were advised to prioritize health consciousness, especially in view of work-related stress, fatigue, irregular meals, and lifestyle-induced illnesses. Delivering a lecture titled Healthy Voices, Healthy Screens, Strengthening Public Health Awareness in Media Workplaces, a consultant in community medicine and public health, Dr. Bodeno Ehis, emphasized the need for health-friendly workplace policies and access to medical support services for media professionals.
Stress as psychological hazard, stress from deadlines and live broadcasts, irregular sleeping pattern due to shift work, worker relationship, workers management relationship, long distance traveling, and long stay at workplace.
The program featured an interactive question and answer session during which participants raised concerns on stress management, preventive health care, and workplace health challenges. Reflecting on issues raised, the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, called for improved personal responsibility, stronger departmental collaboration, and healthier management staff relationships within the organization. In her closing remarks, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, urged staff members to sustain unity and togetherness throughout the year.
Management and staff led by Engineer, thank you for leadership. Thank you for worker-management relationship. Thank you all staff for worker-worker relationship. You know we are going to. And you know help us all in Jesus' name.
Also speaking, the Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Owuwonsi, and Director of Radio, Dr. Dan Omozusi, stressed the importance of cooperation and teamwork in achieving organizational goals.
Whatever you are doing in enhancing this job, you are doing it unto God Almighty. You don't need to be supervised. Everybody's reward is with God, and he must surely get it.
God has done so much for us. The food that we give to God is praises. That's why we started this year praising God.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
Kada Plaza and Entertainment Center along Saple Road in Benin City has upgraded its cinema to 5D video quality with swinging chairs, offering a wide variety of films, including cartoons. The coordinator of the cinema, Mr. Adeola Adeleye, disclosed this to our news crew during a visit to the world-class entertainment center. Wellington Akodeja has more.
Kada Plaza, an entertainment center in Benin City, witnessed an influx of fun seekers as part of activities to mark the new year. Visitors were seen shopping and enjoying the serene environment with their children. Speaking on the remodeled cinema, Mr. Adeleye said they have upgraded to 5D standard with modern swiveling chairs that enhance movie watching experience. He also invited fun seekers to come and enjoy the new features.
It's not like the normal movie you sit down and watch for entertainment. You are a part of it, you flow with it, and this time you don't just see it with your optical eyes, you have to use the glasses meant for it. It's called the 5D glasses. You put it on, it brings you into the movie and the movie into you. That is how it is. You can see it in the form of cartoons, you can also see it in the form of human beings.
Some visitors thanked the management of Kada Plaza and Entertainment Center for providing quality service in Edo State and commended the staff for the new 5D cinema hall.
I just want to have fun, make myself happy. You know, this new year, new things. Kada Plaza is one of the best in this Benin year, so you don't need to say that much. So when you come here, you will see yourself.
So the place is okay. I'm meant to see behind the scene, which I'm hoping to see. I pray it's interesting.
It's a place to watch a movie now, a nice place to be, and a nice place to see many people here. And you can actually have friends here too.
When I come to Kada to watch movie, it's always, amazing.
Kada Plaza and Entertainment Center remains one of the top destinations in Benin City for entertainment and family fun. From Benin, Wellington Akodija, ITV News.
A new Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, Mr. Aino Adeshina, has resumed duty as the 23rd Commissioner of Police in the state, pledging to strengthen the security architecture and reduce crime in the state. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the Commissioner made this remark while officially assuming office at the Delta State Police Command headquarters in Asaba.
The new Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, SP Aino Adeshina, was received at the police headquarters in Asaba by officers and men of the command on Monday, January 5th, 2026, where he inspected a guard of honor mounted in his honor. He takes over from CP Olufemi Abaniwanda. Addressing newsmen shortly after the parade, SP Aino Adeshina said the mandate given to him is to strengthen the security architecture of Delta State, considering its strategic importance to the nation's economy and reduce crime and criminality.
Delta State remains one of the economic hubs of our nation, and it is well established that no society or economy can thrive in an atmosphere of insecurity. It is therefore our responsibility to protect lives, properties, and legitimate economic activities across the state. In line with this mandate, I wish to reassure the good people of Delta State that the command under my leadership will consolidate on existing gains while adopting a professional, intelligence-driven, and people-centered approach.
CP Aino previously served at Ogwashoko in 1996 and later as Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations in Delta State from 2023 to early 2025, before his elevation as the 23rd Commissioner of Police of the state. He was also Deputy Commandant, Police College, where he served for 7 months prior to his posting. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
Edo State Security Corps have arrested a 21-year-old man, Thank God Destiny, for alleged attempted kidnapping of a 4-year-old boy, Wisdom Ehigiato, in Ikpoba Hill, Benin City. The arrest followed a tip-off from members of the public who raised the alarm over the suspect's suspicious movement with the child on Sunday, January 4th, 2026. Crime correspondent Jola Adeojo reports.
Swift intervention by operatives of the Edo State Security Corps prevented what could have been a tragic incident. 4-year-old Wisdom Eigiato was rescued from an alleged kidnap attempt in Ikpoba, Benin City. Eyewitnesses, including commercial bus driver George Osanyengo and one of his passengers, said the suspect stopped their vehicle, claiming he was taking the child, allegedly his sister's son, to the hospital for treatment. The suspect's inconsistent explanations and suspicious behavior raised alarm, thereby prompting bystanders to alert nearby operatives of the Edo State Security Corps.
If you meet me, let me assist with this picking, so I start picking on well. Then what can I go hospital? And I go make just enter. Before they say, where you they go again? You want to go buy a shoe? I go buy a shoe. Now go get close to the moon, close to the gun.
Upon questioning, the suspect denied attempting to kidnap the child, claiming that it was only taking him to buy snacks at the boy's request.
Why you carry on? Same say my buy something. At last I don't get cash. As I come outside the pool, they follow me. So the baby you call follow me. As the mama you call the friend and I just carry and goes, yours they go head first. And I just come outside, so I want to move to my house, go buy and tell me how they come outside.
The child's mother, Marvelous Amading, who had been searching for her missing son, later arrived at the scene and shared her audio.
For kitchen, my body got to give me say my children. As I come out, I don't see this one. Now I begin they follow Kikwe slow. This boy I don't know her before. Not my family, I don't know her.
The operatives subsequently arrested the suspect and handed him over to the Ore Beni Police Division, Ikpoba. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Over now to Borno State, where the State Police Command has uncovered the hidden cache of 912 rounds of B-32 API ammunition in the Kumshe Jamba Mari area of Maiduguri. Police Public Relations Officer ASP Nahum Dasso said the ammunition has been secured while investigations are ongoing to trace its source and intended use. He said the discovery was made on January 4, 2026, following credible intelligence, adding that the explosive ordnance disposal unit was immediately deployed to the scene. The Commissioner of Police, Naziru Abdul-Majid, commended members of the public for their timely information and reiterated the command's commitment to intelligence-led policing. Meanwhile, troops of Operation Hadinkai also recovered 1,270 rounds of 12.7 mm ammunition concealed inside a drainage in the Bulunkumtu area of Maiduguri. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has announced a cabinet reshuffle. The governor relieved Professor Olanike Adeyemo of her duties as secretary to the state government, appointing Professor Musibau Babatunde as her replacement. Other changes include the redeployment of Barrister Temilolu Ashamu and the nomination of Ademola Aderinto as commissioner designate. A fire outbreak has razed parts of the Police Mobile Force Squadron 13 facility in Makurdi, Benue State. The inferno, which broke out around 3 a.m., affected the armory and the office of the squadron commander, triggering panic as ammunition exploded. Firefighters battled the blaze for hours before bringing it under control. The cause of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Police authorities say investigations are ongoing. Despite prevailing security challenges, the Sokoto State Universal Basic Education Board has directed all public primary and junior secondary schools to resume for the second term on Monday, January 5, 2026. SUBEB Chairman Umar Nagwari Tambuwal assured parents that measures have been put in place to ensure safety and smooth academic activities. He urged stakeholders to cooperate and disclosed that special monitoring teams will be deployed across the state's 3 senatorial zones. And now, talking business. Despite its transition into a commercial entity, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is facing mounting financial pressure as rising intercompany indebtedness pushes outstanding obligations owed to the company to 30.30 trillion naira. Findings from NNPCL's 2024 audited financial statements show that debts owed by subsidiaries, joint ventures, and related entities increased by 70.4%, rising from 17.78 trillion naira in 2023 to 30.30 trillion naira as of December 31st, 2024. The sharp rise has raised fresh concerns over liquidity management and long-term financial sustainability. An analysis of the accounts reveals that several core subsidiaries, particularly refineries, trading arms and gas infrastructure units, account for the bulk of the debts. Out of NNPCL's 32 subsidiaries, only 8 are not indebted to the parent company. This comes amid ongoing concerns over debt write-offs to the Federation account and plans to divest non-core assets as part of the company's restructuring. President Bola Tinubu had earlier approved the cancellation of debts worth about $1.42 billion and 5.57 trillion naira owed by NNPCL to the Federation account. And in entertainment, Australian guitar duo Royal Otis have continued their rapid rise on the global music scene, earning a spot on BBC Radio 1's Sound of 2026 list. The band, made up of Royal Madel and Otis Pavlovich, ranked 5th on the list, which highlights emerging artists tipped for a major breakthrough. The duo played 81 sold-out shows in 2025, selling over 100,000 concert tickets, and recently wrapped up a sold-out run at London's Brixton Academy. Their success has been fueled by cosmic indie anthems and viral covers, including Murder on the Dance Floor and Linger, the latter amassing over 223 million streams on Spotify. Since 2024, Royal Otis have released 2 albums, Prats and Pain and Hickey, earning critical acclaim and nominations at Australia's ARIA Awards. With momentum building, the band is expected to remain firmly in the spotlight throughout 2026. And now to the super exciting world of sports, where Nigeria crushed Mozambique 4-0 to book their spot in the quarterfinals in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. Ademola Lookman put Super Eagles ahead in the 20th minute, finishing emphatically from an Akor Adams cutback. Nigeria doubled their lead 5 minutes later through Victor Osimhen, which ensured they went into halftime with a comfortable lead. Super Eagles resumed the second half with the same attacking intent from the first half, and Victor Osimhen got his brace, converting into an empty net from an Ademola Lookman assist. Akor Adams rounded off the scoring in the 75th minute with their 4th goal through Akor Adams, with Lookman grabbing a second assist in the encounter. And with that report, we've come to the end of ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igboje. Do enjoy the rest of your night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hi there, it's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikohai. Now, on Heritage today, we'll be taking a trip down to Namibia. Namibia has a population of about 3 million people, and as of 1990, they gained their independence from South Africa. So today, we'll be learning more about Namibia, looking at their dances, their culture, and everything that has to do with Namibia. So you know what? Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. This is Tupunduneri dance of Namibia, a dance rich with meaning from milestones like rites of passage, wedding, and funerals. Engineering dance is a fundamental part of cultural heritage, considered as an intangible cultural heritage, preserving and terminating traditions, stories, and identity across generations. The dance is seen as living history, crucial for cultural continuity, and involves not just movements, but also costumes, music, and associated space. The dance conveys beliefs, values, history, and social bonds, acting as living records.
Gracias. Kumpintureni. Ejabi kuhakuhako se kostendo kosani. Nina mesin pintureni. Raunda.
In essence, dance is a dynamic, vital expression with many dance heritage, shows existing culture to celebrate and preserve these traditions. sure it has been an exciting time today on Heritage, looking at all that has to do with the Namibians, talking about their traditional dances, their costumes, their music. Everything has been mind-blowing. All right, it's all about heritage, getting you closer to your culture and tradition, and of course the world at large. We'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's another beautiful, wonderful, and fresh Monday. And not just a Monday, it's the first Monday of the year 2026. And you're live on the this morning on ITV show on Independent Television, where of course we get to delve into all of the issues that have been trending in our social spaces. Everything politics, we get to talk about it on the program. I am Chuku from Nanya Digwe. I'm here in our Benin Network Center. Of course, we do this across 3 network centers, Benin, Abuja, and Lagos. Here with me is Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun this wonderful morning. It's so great to be on here with you. A wonderful morning to you, Dr. Sonny.
Good morning, Chuku Funaya. It's always a delight to be with you on TMI every Monday. Like we said, it's a brand new year, brand new Monday, because it's the first one for the year 2026. I know this is the time a lot of people want to do their New Year resolution, but this is not time for resolution. This is actually the time to implement what you've resolved to do, which means before 2025 ended, you should have resolved what you wanted to do. But I think there's a twist to that conversation, which has to do with the fact that people should be working with revelation, not resolution, because sometimes some of these resolutions, they are just empty, no substance. But when you work with revelation, which means new knowledge, new information to work with in the new year, it helps you to plan your year, structure the year in such a way that at the end of the day, at every point of measurement, at every stage of measurement, maybe by January ending, February ending, or the first quarter of the year, you look back and say, okay, I've achieved this, I've achieved that. This is my own perspectives on this.
Okay, so as you said, New Year revelations and not just
New Year resolution.
New Year resolutions.
Yes.
I'll hold on to that.
Okay.
All right, so just to move forward in the program this morning, we have my colleague in other network centers. Of course, Patricia Gabriels is standing by. You get to meet her later on. Also, Tolulokbe Ogunsimei is also standing by in our Abuja Network Center, and you get to meet him later on. Now, there's been a lot of conversation in the political, social space, not just here in Nigeria, but also internationally. You know, we've come and woken up to see the capture of the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, by the U.S. President Donald Trump. And there's been a lot of conversation about it recently, not just conversation, people tying this capture with the U.S. strike on 25th of December in Nigeria here. They're saying, is it just the U.S. interest, or now is it geopolitical and regional strategy? Yes, there's a lot of conversation about this, and we're going to delve into this on the show. Dr. Sonny.
Yeah, interesting conversation we're seeing both on at the regional level, international level, and of course with the global stage, particularly on the case of Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan president. When you look at the storyline, you understand that at some point he became a major security threat to the U.S., and that's what led to what we have seen. Venezuela is just about 30 minutes away from the U.S., and over a period of time, you look at the history of that country, one of the countries with the highest quantity of crude oil in the world.
Is a top on the list.
And apart from crude oil, other natural resources. For a lot of people, this capture of Maduro is tangential to the issue of the resources in Venezuela. But it's beyond that. What we are seeing global politics at play. We are seeing global economy at play. We are seeing all of the vested interests. And if you look at the history of Venezuela, they have what you call thick crude oil, which is very difficult to process. At the initial stage of their history, the U.S. was very supportive, encouraged them, and they gave all the technical know-how for them to be able to process their oil. And before you know what's happening, money started coming in. And you know, most times money reveals the true character of a man. Of course, there was a certain Hugo Chavez who nominated him as his successor when Chavez was dying due to cancer. he nominated Maduro to be his successor. That's how he came. But eventually when he came, many of those things that were on the ground, which of course started during Hugo Chavez's tenure, they started reversing them. First and foremost, Chavez nationalized all the oil companies and all of that in Venezuela. So that created a lot of friction. And with all of these issues, and then of course the economic sanctions against them, they went into the economy nosedive. Things, went from bad to worse. In order to survive, Maduro started getting himself involved in some of these drug issues,
narco-terrorism,
and all of those kind of stuff, which America didn't quite like. And I remember during Donald Trump's first tenure, he was very critical of Maduro, but fortunately he lost his second bid, and then the Democrats under Joe Biden didn't really help matters, and so that gave him the courage, the boldness to start doing the things he was doing. And then he started creating alliances with China, Russia, Cuba, and these are lifetime enemies of the US. And Trump came on board and said, look, we're not going to tolerate this anymore. In any case, by the time the economy nosedived, the people of Venezuela, Venezuelans were the people who were worst hit by the bad state of the economy. And of course, we've seen where all that has left to. We've seen inflation at its highest level, no resources, no means of survival. Well, people tying into what's happening in Nigeria, yeah, it's what you call the illusion of casualty. People just, create things and then synergize them together, put them together.
So you feel like there's no relation because
because the basis of those actions, they are quite different. The circumstances of the strike, they are quite different. In Nigeria, we're talking about terrorism at the highest peak. But
one of the Donald Trump's reasons and a section of the U.S. government's reasons for the Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela is narco-terrorism. The same way Trump came out to say Nigeria is a country of particular concern and the banditry is terrorist act. So, and now also people tying it to Trump wanting to harness the resources of Venezuela is kind of the same way, here in Nigeria and the U.S. involvement.
I would differ on that. Narco-terrorism and this, if you look at the situation in Nigeria, the circumstances that led to the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern is the allegations of genocide against Christians, the mass slaughtering of Christians, all right? In the case of Venezuela, it's a little bit different because you look at the proximity of Venezuela and U.S., 30 minutes difference. And from the very beginning, the administration of Trump came out to say, Venezuela is a security threat to us. And then they warned China, warned Russia to stay clear. And that's why they've gone ahead to do what they did right now.
All right, Dr. Sonny Duke, before we continue, Lagos Network Center, Patricia Gabriels is over there standing by to join us in this conversation. A happy new year to you, Patricia. So good to see you for the first time this year. How's it in Lagos? It seems we don't have so much sound coming from the Lagos Network Center. That's a technical glitch that will be resolved in due time. So, Dr. Sonny, we were talking about
the difference.
The difference, or tying it, as I would like to.
People can tie whatever they want to tie, but they are not the same thing. In Nigeria, we're talking about allegations of genocide against Christians in the north. And in Venezuela, we're talking about a leadership that has failed. A leadership.
Now, let me tell you the link that people are drawing. It's the U.S. interest.
Yeah, the U.S.
crude
interest.
Oil, about the harnessing of our natural resources.
If the strike in Nigeria was in the Niger Delta, that explains that.
Okay.
But the strike in Nigeria was against terrorist hideouts. these terrorist activities have been going on for years. What has the government done? They're doing their best, but we haven't seen the result of those efforts that government has been making in decimating these terrorists. And now for the first time, you've seen that with the strike by the US, the Nigerian armed forces and the government seems to have woken up. Even those who were sympathetic towards the cause of terrorists, they are now crying. They post every day, oh, let's negotiate with them. You know, these are just bad boys who are hungry. Let's give them what they want. And that has filled, emboldened these people because they have mouthpiece. They have spokesmen who are highly placed individuals. All right? Now, Sheikh Gumi is one of them. And that's why people are describing him to be one of them. He said recently that a highly placed person in government told him that the US has listed him as one of their targets. And this is where the problem is. Who is that highly placed person in government that gave him that information? And I heard yesterday that some of the comments and statements he's been posting on social media is deleting them, but it's too late. It's too late.
Because digital footprint.
It's damn too late. And it's not just him. There are a lot of people in Nigeria, highly placed individuals, who are sympathetic to the cause of these people, who compromise the system, who give information to these people. And that's what they're able to do. Are you not surprised that the army will prepare to go for an operation? They are ambushed. How did the militant terrorists know they were going to pass through that route if you don't have insider connection? And you have a lot of these people who are being recruited into these security agents. Their primary jobs and responsibility is to be strategically placed where they can have access to information that is sent out. So this is where the challenge is. And now Donald Trump has taken the lead. Nigeria is following. Every day you're hearing of attacks, you're hearing of killings and stuff like that. But has it stopped the killings of Christians? No, it hasn't. But it's a reflection of the fact that the country has woken up to its responsibility. Because the primary aim of government is to provide security and welfare. Any government that is not able to do that
has failed. And just to say,
failed.
Even if there is no sensible connection between the two, talking about the U.S. strike in Venezuela and Nigeria, it's kind of made them shake in their boots a little bit, you know, kind of made them, I'm talking about the Nigerian government also, and those that have been accused of being involved in these terrorist acts.
They are there. They are there. You know, I was reading something yesterday. Someone said the present chief of staff to Mr. President has access to information or strategy as part of the strategies to deal with this challenge of insecurity. That when he was Speaker of the House of Representatives, he convened a security summit. And in that summit, some documents were released, a communique was released. Part of it was, in dealing with insecurity in Nigeria, we have to take care of the problem of border security. Our borders are porous. People can come in with whatever they have, and they can go out. Okay, I mean, you saw a few days ago in Ondo State, some bandits, some terrorists were arrested by Amotekun. And these were people who escaped the U.S. strike in Sokoto State. They found their way in Ondo State.
It's already moving
so,
there.
So why are they running? I thought that they had all it takes to, you know, continue this dastardly act where they're just killing people at will, collecting ransom, and they're using those monies to rearm themselves. And then some Nigerians like Sheikh Gumi will come out and be applauding and say, no, these are small boys who are hungry. Let's negotiate with them. After all, we negotiated with let's grant them amnesty. After all, we did that to Niger. The Niger Delta struggle was a different kettle of fish entirely.
All right.
Anyone who's trying to bring those things together does not mean well for this country.
All right, Dr. Sonny Duke, let's try to link up with our Lagos Network Center again. Patricia, good morning. Once again, Happy New Year. Let's try to hear you this time.
Good morning, Chuku from Nigeria, and Happy New Year to you. And of course, happy first Monday of the year. It's good to see you.
All right, so tell me, how's Lagos, and what's your take on the conversation we're having this morning, the insecurity situation in Nigeria, the U.S. strikes on the 25th of December, and also what's happening in Venezuela? Let's have your own perspective.
Thank you, Ifunanya. Lagos is calm. It's a beautiful weather this morning. We hope it doesn't change. Everywhere is calm and dry. Let's start with Venezuela president that was captured by President Donald Trump. I heard Dr. Sonny Duke saying that it could be connected to their crude oil. They have thick crude in Venezuela. But then again, we saw videos where the citizens of Venezuela were celebrating the capture of the president. So it says a whole lot of things. It means the president wasn't doing right, or probably like Donald Trump said, he was into drug trafficking and all that. So I do not think it has to do with their crude oil. That's my take on that. But it's my perception of it. I think that Donald had to correct certain things in the country. So let's move on to the insecurity in Nigeria. During the bomb from the U.S. Some days ago, some weeks ago, we found out that kidnapping kind of reduced. But then again, it has started. For some few days now, we've been hearing stories how 35 people were kidnapped in certain states in the north, and then some were killed and that. So it means that the strike from the U.S. will eventually correct and probably stop the insecurity in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much for your take there, Patricia. And actually, Dr. Sonny Duke is on the same side as you are. I was the one who was actually pointing out, crude oil exploitation.
As probably being the reason for what we've seen.
My apologies to Dr. Sonny Duke. At some point, I wasn't hearing you.
So you're on the same side, and yes, I'm just standing alone.
We're on the same side, because when you look at the circumstances of that, capture of Maduro, it was something that was going to happen, because in the days leading to that, we saw a lot of build-up, around the borders and all of that. But there's a different perspective to it, which has to do with that this guy, what's his name, that there was a sellout, all right, that there was a $50 million bounty placed on the head of Maduro, that he's generous and all of that, sold him out. That long before the U.S. came, these generals, these army chiefs and all of that, they left him. Do you understand? So that may have influenced why it was so easy for him to be captured, himself and his wife. And let's see what happens. But I think, for me, the most critical part of this whole conversation is what happens with the removal of Maduro. Because we have seen in several parts of the world where this kind of operations took place. I think something like this happened some years back in Panama, where the U.S. also removed a sitting government. What happens? There's governance. There can't be governance in vacuum. So what's going to happen? How are the people going to, the leadership going to
already the Vice President Rodriguez, I think he's already standing by to take on the affairs.
Rodriguez may also fall in the way of Maduro, because she's one person who's very, very critical of the government of President Donald Trump. She's still saying that, as we speak today, that the president of Venezuela remains Maduro. All right, and some of the things that...
So there's loyalty there.
Yeah, there's loyalty there. That could be a challenge for success. Now, I think it was Patricia who talked about the fact that in Venezuela, we saw a lot of videos where people are celebrating. People are jubilating because the country is in dire strait. The country, the people are hungry. The people are, the quality of life in Venezuela is near zero. A country blessed with so much resources, because you have a leadership that is more concerned about being in relationship with China and all of that, at the detriment of its people. So we want to see what will happen in the days to come. You can trust that the U.S. companies and all of that, they are going to move into Venezuela to re-establish some of those relations, because the refineries that were built in Venezuela, they were specifically made for the Venezuelan crude oil. So once they don't get crude oil stocks, those refineries become dormant. So it was a win-win situation for Venezuela and the US. But that's what happened when you have irresponsible leadership come into place with different agenda. Some of these things will flourish.
All right, we'll move on with the conversation in latter times. Up next is the newspaper review segment. However, I want to let you know that you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Like I did say, up next is the newspaper review segment. Stay with us. Welcome back to TMI on the ITV network. We're still reviewing all of the important things in our social space, and the newspapers embodies that. So this is our newspaper review segment on the program. And of course, we have our guest reviewer, as usual, Dr. Dan Ekerai for the HOD Mass Communication Department at the University of Benin is standing by to join us. Good morning to you and a Happy New Year, Dr. Dan.
Good morning and Happy New Year too.
All right, such a pleasure to have you. Now, let's move on to our newspapers. The first paper we'll be reviewing happens to be Daily Independent. A major headline there says, Nigeria's hurdle is converting hot money to real growth, and this is asserted by experts. Also on Daily Independent, you see operators where new tax laws may hike fares, undermine safety, and that's under aviation. Also on Daily Independent, 25 dead, 14 missing as boat capsizes in Yobe. That story is on page 7. Also, Serap asks Tinubu to probe missing 128 billion naira in power ministries, NBET says, and that's on page 6. Also on Daily Independent, alleged defamation. Federal government withdraws suit against Natasha on page 29. Also on Daily Independent, NDLEA intercepts illicit drugs in coffee sachets, detains 22 Indians over cocaine shipments. Daily Independent also says Venezuelans remain shell-shocked after U.S. captured Maduro. That's on page 6. And now on to you, Dr. Dan. Let's get your insights on the Daily Independent newspaper.
Thank you very much. The question raised by experts regarding the availability of resources, but failure to translate such resources to real growth or development has remained the problem of Nigerian state from independence. If we look at our first and second and third national development plan, physical structures were put in place. The government made deliberate effort to engage in real development when the state decided to set up industries and all that. But around 1988, when we looked at what IMS offered us in terms of adverts, we decided to privatize and commercialize government assets. So key drivers of the economy that made life easy for Nigerians, we sold them to private enterprise. Till today, some of them are not functioning. What the investor did was to buy out those property, sell them off, and we cannot have real development. The challenge really is that there is so much corruption in the system, and every government that comes in wants to develop, wants to have their own development plan. And that becomes a problem. If succeeding government follow all the development plans over the years, Vision 2010, 2030, 2025, with the key indicators, would have made a high level of progress. Look at what we do with the road sector. A governor starts a road, another governor comes in and abandons that road because he wants to take the glory that he initiated a road project and completed it. This is one of the challenge. The issue about tax hike and the necessary security and inflation that will come out of it. These are fears that persons are expressing. The one question you should ask yourself is, in developed climes where so the government generates revenue from other sources apart from mineral resources, you realize that taxes are the major drivers of such economies. Why are we shying away from that? What we should be thinking about is what measures are we putting in place to ensure that revenue generated are not shared by the political class. That should be the focus, really. The fears about hike, airline operators, transporters, it's not a problem that will undermine the country. The resources that will be generated, can we translate them to real growth? Don't forget, if you earn more and you have the capacity to pay tax, even if they say fair is also a match, you'll be able to pay. But when the economy is not in a good state, there's little or nothing you can do.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dan. Let's look at what we have on our next daily, the New Telegraph newspaper. Interesting stories there. It says, terrorists attack Niger again, kill over 40, abduct scores, including children, burnt market, destroyed Catholic mission house as priest escapes, hunt them down. Tinubu orders military police DSS. Northern governors condemn attack as ex-ACF urges U.S. airstrikes on bandits in Benue. You find these stories on page 4, 5, and 28 of the New Telegraph. Still on the New Telegraph, Tinubunomics never promised instant abundance. Budget office, tax laws protest rumor. FG places police on alert. Abia North, let's live together in love, peace. This coming from Senator Kalu, who is urging communities. All right. So let's quickly get your take on this story, Dr. Dan.
Niger State has remained persistent with kidnapping, violence. I've been wondering why the military authorities have not taken strategic action with reference to Niger State. Although Niger State is one of the largest in terms of landmass in Nigeria, but with drone surveillance and other security, other technological devices, these men and women can be captured. So I have been asking myself why government has remained indifferent to Niger State in terms of what the bandits are doing. Apart from the cases of the Catholic school kidnapping, this recent incident again, you've had cases of violence in Niger State perpetrated by terrorists. Is it that the army authorities are not thinking about resolving this issue once and for all? The places where they live are known. So you ask yourself, why this problem? What I will say is that just like the president has ordered, I expect swift action. I expect a total routing of these terrorists so that for once, Niger State can come under peace. From the Shiroro area to all the places where these things have been perpetrated, they are known to the authorities. Action is what Nigerians want to see. And since the president has given that order, we hope to get positive results from it. The follow-up headline to that story regarding plan by people to protest the tax law, urge Nigerians to give this law a chance. Budgeting in Nigeria over the years, we have been running on deficit. We have been running a deficit budget over the years. So if the tax law, for what the chairman explains, we provide a buffer such that government knows it's going to generate, the idea of over-borrowing or budgeting and you end up borrowing from foreign nations and you put the destiny of future Nigerians in jeopardy, I don't think is a step in the right direction. Those who are expressing fear, let our concern actually be, how can we make government more accountable? That should be the focus. Recall that in 2012, when Jonathan was to remove fuel subsidy, we fought against it.
Okay.
Government is introducing tax laws that will make everything, revenue generation, much easier. People are fighting against it tomorrow. If you fight it now and a new government comes in and now becomes the best option, people will say, oh, this was what Tinubu wanted to do. Let's give it a try. But our demand should be about accountability. That is my take to that headline. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Dan. We'll move on to Nigerian Tribune now. The major headline there says, bandits kill over 30 in Niger. Tinubu orders crackdown. Just beneath it says, troops eliminate more than 23 bandits in Kanu, Katsina onslaught.
Okay, let's move away from the Tribune and let's go to This Day newspaper. It says, Sahara Group backs FG's infrastructure drive, sees new era of stability in energy sector. But I think this should be of interest. It says, Tinubu, terrorists have tested Nigeria's resolve. They must face full consequences. Let's see more stories we can bring you. At Dedeji, we are implementing gazetted tax laws, not harmonized version. Passage followed due process. Doctor, I'd like to get your comments on the controversy on the tax law passed. Some politicians have been telling us that, even some House of Representative members have been saying that this law, we don't actually know the law the tax law we're following, that what they sent wasn't what was eventually passed, that it was doctored, there were some intrusions into it, and that has brought a lot of some negative vibe around the new tax law. You want to get your take on that?
Well, I have two perspectives to these issues. Either the government is hiding the truth about the doctrine of the tax law, or the political class and the opposition are trying to raise issues to disparage the government. As information managers, what I expect the government spokespersons to have done by now, if the government is clean in this matter, is to present what the assembly presented and what the gazetted law is, so that Nigerians can make sense out of the two, whether it was actually doctored. If the government is able to do that, it will go a long way in resolving this issue once and for all. But if the government keeps insisting that it is the past law that was gazetted, you create room for rumors and speculations. Again, yesterday I read through I followed the news where the House of Reps presented their own version that what was gazetted was what was passed. I was wondering whether certain things have exchanged hands, other ground to create this. However, for those spreading this speculation for the past 2 weeks that the gazetted law was not the actually passed version, I also expect them to show evidence about what was passed and the input made by the executive to a law that was not actually passed by them. So these are two perspectives. For me, to resolve this issue, government should show evidence of what was passed to the executive from the legislator and what legislature and what the executive gazetted. If the government is able to do this, it will resolve the issue once and for all. But we are preparing for elections, and things like this will begin to spring up, and there are strategies to disparage the government, to label the government as enemy of the state, so that Nigerians can make decisions. Let's see what happens with this law with this issue in the coming days. However, the best way to resolve it is for them to present the past version and what was gazetted. That is the way to go.
So much, Dr. Dan. Now, for Daily Trust newspaper, which is our next point of call, one headline there says, ADC ticket, Obi Kwankwaso to battle Atiku. Also, how bandits killed 60 in Niger. Also on Daily Trust, 27 die, 13 missing in Yobe boat mishap. One major headline there says, NAS disowns gazetted tax laws. Well, those are the headlines on Daily Trust newspapers.
Okay, I'm sure, Dr. Dow, we talked about this controversy surrounding the tax law. We've seen that even the National Assembly has disowned the gazetted tax law. I'm sure you want to comment on that, but let me just add what we have on the front page of Vanguard. It says 42 killed in deadly terror attacks. It captioned this as New Year bloodshed in Niger State. All right, then Maduro faces arraignment as global outrage grows. Trump stokes confusion in Venezuela. This is one story that has been trending in the last couple of days. So let's wrap it up this way, Dr. Dan. The reaction of the National Assembly disowning the tax law and then what's playing out in Venezuela is also a major point. I'd like to get your perspectives on that before we conclude the paper's review segment.
What is the Assembly expected to do, National Assembly expected to do? If a law they passed is not what is gazetted, what are they supposed to do? There's a challenge with Assembly leadership, whether at the national or state levels, where both the executive and legislative leadership, most of the time, they are cap in hands, engaged in jaw conversations. If a law is passed and what is gazetted is not in line with it, the Assembly should take action. That is when to establish order in a society. And if what was gazetted is not what was passed, a demand should be made. Have you heard anything from the Senate President or the Speaker of the House of Representatives regarding this issue? If there's nothing coming from the two leaders of the National Assembly, all we keep saying will be story, and nothing will come out of it. I have followed the Maduro story clearly. I have been asking myself this question. Why is it that presidents of nations that are not doing well, who are oppressing their nations, who have destroyed their economy, we hide under the toga of is it democracy? And you know that during election, these people will not allow elections to hold. They rig themselves back into power. Global leaders will not condemn those actions. Donald Trump, who says he wants a new world order, where America will take its rightful place, people are condemning him. Venezuela, that is the richest in terms of oil reserves. The inflation in that country is running to heaven. People cannot feed. No leader has raised question about the attitude of Maduro and what he has been doing. And a man says, no, we need to bring order back into this country. People are condemning those actions. Yes, as a sovereign nation, their rights should be protected. But where the president has been using the military to oppress the citizens, what is the reaction of the global leaders to all of this? For me, what Donald Trump has done has sent a very strong message to other leaders of the world. If you don't behave well, America will come after you. America is the world police. Those of us who have studied the hegemony of the world system, we need the world police, and America has been playing that role. Those canvassing for we should respect the right of citizens. What you need to demand of the president of other nations of the world that are oppressing their citizens is the need for them to rule their countries according to the law. Make life easy for their citizens. If an economy is good and the citizens are doing well, America cannot come in and the citizens will leave America to do what they did in Venezuela. But because the man has messed the country up and has become a civilian dictator, the citizens are helpless. So, like you said in your intro, why were the citizens celebrating? You saw the huge crowd celebrating the ouster of Maduro. It's a clear sign that the citizens have been asking for this relief over the years, and they finally got it. So, democracy is good. It is the right of the people to make choices. But what our political leaders have done over the years, they deny citizens of the right to actually have a say in how governance is done. And if there is a check from a global watchdog like America, I don't see anything wrong with that.
All right.
Even though I'm a Democrat.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Dan. Always a delight to have you share some of these perspectives on these issues. Thank you so much for your time with us on the newspaper review segment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're still on to TMI on the ITV network. We're taking you now to Casablanca, Morocco, where the 2025 African Cup of Nations is in full throttle. Yesterday, we saw Bafana shown the exit door by the indomitable Lions of Cameroon. Today, Nigeria will have their turn in the quarterfinal stage. 9 points in the kitty from the group stage, and 3 wins from 3 games. I mean, the story is so bullish for Nigeria and the fans of the round letter game. Today, the Pharaohs of Egypt will also lock horns with Benin Republic. So we'll be talking with Solomon Aino, our ITV and radio sports correspondent, who has been covering the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Solomon, good to have you join us on the program TMI this lovely Monday morning. Let me just share some insights with you. Maybe you can confirm some of this story. Nigeria is playing Mozambique today in the quarterfinal stage, and we hear Eagles they are to get 14 million naira per goal. All right, Mozambique defender has warned Osimhen and Lookman to beware of them. But the skipper of the Super Eagles, Ndidi, is saying we must not underrate Mozambique. Eric Chill is saying his dream is to beat Mozambique 5-0. And we hear that a Cameroonian coach, Cameroonian referee will be officiating in today's match. So talk to us, what's the mood like in AFCON 2025 in Morocco?
Well, it's very good to join in this beautiful morning to talk about what's happening at the African Cup of Nations. So much excitement for football lovers and fans everywhere in the world right about now as regards the African Cup of Nations. And I tell you, the coach of the side have been saying a whole lot ahead of the game. And yesterday during the press briefing, Eric Child was also telling journalists that he will be his own joy if you can see the Super Eagles of Nigeria score 5-6 goals. But it is what it is in any football game. And the number of goals you score determines, ultimately determine the outcome of any football match. And right now, the major concern for the captain of the side, who is Wilfred Ndidi, is saying that we take it one game at a time. That the Super Eagles of Nigeria would definitely not rush into the euphoria of being one of the tournament favorites or go all the way to win this particular one. Right now, yesterday during the training session, yesterday evening during the training session, the players are in high spirits, full preparation in top gear rather for the match that is taking place later on today in Fez. Because the Super Eagles of Nigeria ultimately have made Fez their own ground in the African Cup of Nations. 3 games played already from the group stages in Fez, and ultimately qualifying as one of the best side in not just Group C, but the entire African Cup of Nations group stages. Will still have their game yet again played in Fez. Automatically, they have the home advantage, as some fans and also journalists are already saying about that in this particular competition. We're referring to the comment by the Mozambique captain yesterday. He's just saying that the Super Eagles of Nigeria should not feel relaxed about the fact that they see them as underdog in the tournament and should be in their best behavior and also their best playing form against the side. We saw Mozambique put out a very good group stage. They didn't qualify as the first team or the second team in their group, but as one of the best losers, that is a third place side. But ultimately, Mozambique have been a side to watch out for. And yesterday also, when asked, talking about Wilfred Ndidi about seeing the games played by Mozambique, he ultimately said yes, that they are not a side that you can just overlook in the tournament, and definitely want to put your 100% effort in trying as much as possible to get a good result against the Mozambique. The coach of the side also very optimistic, talking about the Mozambique coach. He also was saying that the Super Eagles of Nigeria being a very good side, that they also can spring up surprises. So far, so good in the tournament. We've seen a major surprise from sides like yesterday when we saw Cameroon against the Bafana of South Africa, 2-1. A beautiful victory in that particular. And Tanzania also almost proved to be a hard nut to crack for the host nation Morocco, where Morocco settled for a 1-0 victory dead in the game before they got that winner in that particular encounter. You need to see the excitement on the streets of Morocco after that victory. Right, there's so much excitement for the football-loving fans in the city of Fez and also all around Morocco. I tell you, the atmosphere is actually getting more and more intense as we head into the round of 16, deeper into the round of 16. And also the Egyptians will be taken to the pitch later on today in Rabat, where they will be squaring up against Benin Republic. No team can be overlooked in this particular edition of the tournament, as everybody, all the sides participating in the Africa Cup of Nations have brought in their A game and they have been delivering results. So the Super Eagles of Nigeria have everything in their hands to actually go all the way in this tournament, and not just the match, but just like what the captain of the side said yesterday during the press conference, it is one game at a time. You take it one game at a time. So their main focus right now is the match against the Super Eagles, against the Mozambique side right now. And they are hoping and also believing that they can have all players on ground. Yesterday, reports also coming in that 2 players will not be participating. 3 players rather will not be participating right now. Talking about Ryan Alebresu, is out injured after the game against Uganda, and also will not be having the presence of Siridiza, who have actually returned to his club side due to injury, and also Nadi also will be out of the side due to cold. And I think it's just the weather here that has not been on a good side for some of the Super Eagles players. We also saw Victor Osimhen complain about the weather and the cold, but right now they are looking to get more and more opportunity to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. It's definitely going to be a beautiful one later on this night.
All right, this injury concerns, is one of the questions I was going to ask you. How is the coach responding to these injury concerns? I mean, 3 key players that we've heard of who displayed some very fantastic showing, some of the games that they've participated. And Chile, we know, is not a coach who wants to have a permanent squad of some sort. He likes to rotate players and all of that. So these injury concerns that we are seeing, I wouldn't even call them concerns. This injury problem that we are saying, how is the team dealing with it?
Well, I would say for the injuries, it's somewhat normal in football. I believe we've seen that happen on many grounds, not just in this kind of tournament, even out there in league football, the Nigerian Professional Football League, the English Premier League, the Spanish Liga, and the rest. We always injure, and this is a tournament that lasts for just a short period of time. Thankfully, the Confederation of African Football expanded the number of players that each team can call in for each tournament. Right about now, they have 28 players called in for this particular tournament. But right now, in the camp, they only have actively 25 players that can participate in today's counter. So just like what the question you asked, the coach of the side have ultimately been saying so much about injury concern so far in the tournament. And I think the medical staff have been able to manage it so well for the players, especially some of the big names in the side. The captain for the last game, talking about Victor Osimhen, he is one player that they've made sure that they manage his injury situation. And also Frank Onyeka, who have been so much good in the middle of the park for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, had injury concern against Tunisia, was substituted in that game. Ultimately, was a turning point for the Super Eagles of Nigeria in that encounter. Considered 2 quick goals immediately. He was substituted in that game. He also is fit, and they're trying as much as possible to manage the situation with some of those big names. But for the defensive setup, I think the only issue that they had was a yellow card. But right now, according to FIFA, according to CAF rules in this particular competition, all yellow cards from the group stage have been expunged, and they'll start afresh. So all the players are fit and ready to go for this particular encounter. And as seen yesterday during the training session in in Fez. Most of the players participated in the training. Victor Osimhen was there. Ademola Lookman was present. Alex Iwobi also. So much excitement on the faces of Alex Iwobi and Samuel Chukwueze. Calvin Bassey present, and also the goalkeeper of the side, talking about Stanley Nwabali and Maso Basugi. All players are off it. Just the few of them that are out due to injury. I tell you, Nigerians really want to see Alebwesu again. Talking about Ryan, but unfortunately, he might not be participating because he had a deep cut in the last game. He had a brilliant performance in that particular encounter, but according to the medical staff, he needs to recover fully before he goes back on the pitch. But for Sirudisa, I think the tournament is already over for him because he already left for Panathinaikos, and we're still looking out for some other players, but majorly the ones that are in the starting 11 that have been playing majority of the games from the first game against Tanzania to the second game against Tunisia are all present for the game later on today.
That says we hear he's also injured. Is he back to the squad, or has he gone back to his club as well?
Who is that?
Cyril Dessers.
Cyril Dessers is back to his club. He left a few days ago due to injury, a groin injury, which when assessed, the medical staff and also the coach of the side decided to just let him go back to his club side to recuperate fully for the continuation of the season. And many people have been asking questions about Ola Aina. He's back to the pitch for Nottingham Forest, but unfortunately, why he can't participate in this particular one because he was not listed in the 28-man squad for the competition. So ultimately, injury have been a concern even before the tournament and also during the tournament. But I think Richel and his team have been able to manage every injury crisis that have come their way in this particular tournament.
No, thank you so much for your time. I've got my colleague from Abuja Network Studio, Tolu Lokbe. Tolu, Solomon is waiting to react to some of your questions. I may we'll quickly do one or two questions before we'll bring in our guests here in the studio to have more conversation on TMI ITV Network. So is Tolu ready now?
Thank you so much, Doctor, for that. A quick one to Solomon. Two of the teams from our group who made it to the knockout have been sent packing, talking about Tunisia and talking about Tanzania. We are taking Mozambique, a side we have known for their short passes and ability to make use of space. Are you not worried about the Tanzania sending the Super Eagles out of the competition? Another question I also want you to react to also has to do with the statement coming from the report coming from the camp of the Super Eagles concerning Richel preventing journalists from assessing the Super Eagles for about 3 days. That has been generating a whole lot of reaction. How have you been able to work around this? And also, what do you think about that decision by the Super Eagles camp? Solomon.
Let me answer the first question about the Mozambique side playing against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. You know, most Nigerian fans believe football to be a very easy sport. Let me put it that way because of the pedigree of the Super Eagles of Nigeria against that of Mozambique. But Mozambique, I tell you, in this tournament, I've had a very beautiful run. A victory, a draw, a victory and 2 losses. But ultimately, they've shown tenacity in their play, and also they've pushed so hard to get to where they are right about now. They are calm, they are organized, they are composed. On the field of play, they are fast. Just like what you say, short passes have been something that they've banked on, but the Super Eagles of Nigeria are way better when it comes to that particular part. But the Mozambique can also spring up surprise. So the Super Eagles of Nigeria, knowing fully well of what Mozambique is actually capable of in this tournament, will not leave any stone unturned and will want to go head into the particular tournament. We're talking about the issue with journalists. Let me put it that way. It was actually addressed yesterday when journalists also asked the question as regards that talking about Richel, and he said expressively that from his own side, he has done as much as he could for journalists to actually have a taste or see what the Super Eagles of Nigeria are doing ahead of every match day. CAF actually outlined just a day for press to actually come and witness training session, and it's about the first 15 minutes of every training section that CAF has actually outlined for press. But he magnanimously added another day for media parley for the press to come around to have conversation with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He also said that he's not stopping any media personnel or journalists to come around the team hotel and to see players, talk to players when they are done having dinner, breakfast, or lunch. That is not stopping anybody. But when it comes to training session, that sometimes behind closed doors is even the best, so that they can concentrate and focus on tactics and also a game plan ahead of every match. So he is saying that he did not outrightly say journalists should not come to training session, but CAF has actually given out a day, and he also magnanimously added another day, so the rest should be for the players and the team to actually come together and do something reasonable for themselves. And he is actually saying it is not just about the media just showing what they are doing to the world, but also for them to be able to have beautiful game on the pitch and have a good time playing football and representing the country well.
All right, thank you very much. Tolu, thank you so much. Solomon, thank you for those very, very useful insights into AFCON 2025, particularly on what to expect in today's game, Nigeria versus Mozambique. We're urging the Super Eagles to go all out and win this match convincingly. I mean, let's go back to the days of scoring 5 goals. That's what Eric Chell says he wants to see in today's game, and we know the Super Eagles have the capacity, the ability to do just that. It's the TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be talking with our guest who's already in the studio on the church today, yesterday, and the future, against the background of some of the recent development that we've seen with GOs, senior men of God, general overseers, general superintendent, involved in scandalous situations and abuse of office that has brought a whole lot of damages to the body of Christ. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you in just a moment. To stay. Thanks again for returning our summer program, TMI, on the ITV network. The church yesterday, today, and the future, against the background of some of the development that we've seen in the last couple of days that has brought social media into a serious buzz. And to help us make sense of all of this, I'd like to thank Bishop Austin Igbasan, who is also the senior pastor of Deliverance Ministry. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir.
Okay. Are you concerned? Give me your take in terms of your concerns about some of the issues that have been at the front burner regarding some religious leaders, some men of God, in terms of abuse of office, sex scandal, and all of that?
Well, it is important that we are bothered, but it's also one of the signs of the end time. Don't also forget that before somebody is called by God, the person is first a human being. And every person, there is no perfect person on the surface of the earth. But as a called servant of God, there are ethics, there are rules and regulations, rules of engagement of the office you occupy. Because the work of the ministry is a calling, it's not a profession. So it is a call that God called people. And in the midst of this, you see, the net is thrown. The fisherman brings in the fish, and there are a lot of things that need to be separated from it according to the parable that was made by Jesus Christ. It's the parable of the net that the fisherman brings in the net and have to separate some things from it. So those things that are happening now bothered us. But as much as it is important to be bothered, it is something that has been spoken by Jesus concerning the end time. And I believe very strongly that it is only in Christian faith that we allow our wounded general to bleed to death. We are not told, God didn't tell us that we're not going to have crisis. He didn't tell us we're not going to have challenges. He didn't tell us that it is a smooth ride, that you are just going to have a smooth ride, it's going to be a drive-through. But What is important is that the Bible says, if anyone, in the book of Galatians chapter 6, is if any brother is at fault, he said they should be corrected in love, that the man that is even correcting should be careful of himself, lest the person is being tempted. The Bible says, he that thinketh he standeth, not that he that standeth. The Bible says, he that thinketh he standeth should take heed lest he fall. So we are bothered because the people that are called by God are in the front seat. They are like the pilot. So whatever happened to the pilot has an impact on the passengers who are on the flight. Because no matter who you are, even the president of this country, if he's inside the presidential jet, as soon as they take off from the ground, he's no more the president. Then the two guys who are there in the cockpit are the president of the airwave. They are the one that knows where we're going, the altitude, they know the weather, they know when turbulence and every other thing. So anything that happened to those two guys, their error can bring whatever the number of people on air are tied to them. So we are for that, but I think one of the best things we do also is that we must correct in love. We must show kindness, because Jesus himself, who is our leader, as soon as he fasted, the next thing that happened was the temptation. If Jesus had decided to turn the stone to bread that time, the devil would have turned Jesus to magician, because that was one of the targets. Why should devil come with the issue of turn this stone to bread to a man who had just finished, who is just fasting on a long chain fasting? He knew that the flesh is weak, and the next thing that a man who is fasting needed is food. So turn what is available. So devil wants to dictate the pace for Jesus, and he will have won, because Jesus was to be commissioned into his ministry. The Bible says the Spirit of God led him into the wilderness. Okay. We are about that, but I think one of the best things we should do is to be able to correct our brethren in love and not to allow them to bleed to death.
If you look at the conversation, you mentioned that some of the things happening today, they are, fallouts of the end time. But do you think, like some people will say, that some of these things we are seeing in the body of Christ is also a function of lack of proper mentorship, lack of proper training, because it's a pattern. If you look at the case of Chris Okafor, which is the most prominent, talked about one, you're seeing a lot of videos coming out, oh, he did this, he did that. I don't know what you make of this.
I think the area of mentorship is very, very important. And God does not call people in isolation. When God calls an individual, you go through tutelage, you go through mentorship, you go through you become a mentee to a mentor. Now, in this, it makes you accountable to not only to God, but to an elderly person who have been ahead of you, who will checkmate you, who will prune you and deal with your excesses, who will be able to handle you, who people will be able to say, let us go back to. So the issue of mentorship is very, very important. And sometimes it pains some of us, because there is no other profession that are not calling. You go through tutelage. If you finish as a lawyer, you are not going to become senior advocate of Nigeria. No matter how eloquent you are, you have to be in somebody's chamber who you follow, or the person will follow you up until you are able to open your own. You go with that senior lawyer to court. He will put you through on what is suit, what must you do. He will ask you to write brief, and these are stages you go through. The man will correct you so that you'll be able to become, when he see that you are mature, you go and open your chamber. You can't come out as a lawyer from law school today, call to bar, and you begin to run your chamber. You have to go through the tutelage of an individual. No matter senior advocate of Nigeria, Olanipekun, has a son who is a son. The boy didn't come out of law school and become a son the same day he came out. He has to go through the process and become a son, or even as his father is a son. So I think that the issue of tutelage, the issue of mentorship, you see, gifting is one thing, anointing is one thing, tutelage and going through process is another thing.
Is this more common with people who call themselves into ministry? different from those who got called into ministry? Because in the days of yore, you hardly see things like this happening.
It's very hard for you to see, because even with all the anointing God gave to me, I went through the tutelage of a boss that even I wash his car, I bathe his children. With everything God has given to me at that time, he called me brother. My senior pastor called me brother. Even when I was an evangelist, many people in the church said, God is using him. They even try as much as possible to tell me that, why will he be calling you brother in the presence of everybody in church? He introduced you to the altar as a brother. I said, that is the first position you must assume as a child of God. If you are not a brother, every other title is not a mantle. The place where mantle rested is the place of a brother. And that is why you are seeing today that many people are not brother. They have become pastor. They have become reverend. And that issue of the missing link of not being a brother will definitely reflect. Because being a brother in Christianity is like you have done your jump, you score, you do your post UTME, you can now be admitted into the university. So no matter how brilliant you are, if JAMB said you didn't make it, there is no how you can be admitted. If you are admitted, then which means that you have jumped through the window. So the issue of not being a brother is an issue, because I know many things within the period I went through that tutelage. I knew what the life of my boss, he influenced me. I knew the correction. He gave me some correction with my microphone. He corrected me in public with microphone. And I wasn't irritated because I was going through tutelage. Titus, the book of Titus said, correct them sharply so that they will be able to grow spiritually. So the issue, you remember there's a man of God in this country that many people decided not to associate with because they were challenging his tutelage, where he went through. He's not more alive now, but the bone of contention is that who groomed you? Who was your senior pastor? Who tutored you? Who were you accountable to? We don't know your story. You said God just called you and you started the church and people are trooping in there. Many people, they refuse to associate with the man because they were looking at what is your foundation. God called you, fine. God called Moses. The Moses that God called and said, pull your shoe. This place you are is a holy ground. God took him again through a man who tutored him. It was the man that said, don't kill. Look, you share your spirit to 70 elders. This work the fatigue is much. You are going to fuck out yourself. Now, that is under tutelage. A man that have the anointing. Jethro did not have such anointing of Moses, but he submitted himself to the tutelage. Because don't forget that Jethro is the one that was the father-in-law, the man that was in town, the priest in town. So the question is the place of tutelage. Okay. The place of mentorship. That is when somebody come up today, so God has called me, is an apostle. You ask him what is the seminary you went through? I was in seminary. After I left seminary, I came under tutelage. Not teaching in seminary. I was brought to be under, within the period in seminary, I was placed under a tutelage for 6 months, where I will leave the seminary to go and serve under a senior priest who will give an approval on my conduct within the flock. And then I return back after 6 months, back to the seminary with the statement of my attitude, what I did within that 6 months in that local church. Now the man wrote back to the seminary. The seminary, with that report, they are able to move me to the next class. From there, I graduated to come. And after that, I was pushed again to go on tutelage under a senior pastor. But most of these things you see, you ask yourself question, this man gave his life to Christ, and God poured so much anointing on him. Who groomed him? Who tutored him? Who was he accountable to? Who mentored him? Okay, who pruned him?
What's your concern or your take on the fate of the brethren? Are they part of the problem when we have this kind of scenario playing out? Because you find today's church, people want to go to where there's a prophet who we see 50 years from now and give you all this kind of stuff, where there are miracles and miracles without really questioning how some of these miracles come. And you find instances where people are saying, you have some men of God who do what they call Bible plus ministry and stuff like that. What's the fate of the brethren in all of this?
Now, the brethren are the receiving end. The issue of the work of the house of God, now God called some people to tutor men, and the place of fivefold ministry is that we are the portion, your area of calling. Are you a pastor? Are you a prophet? Are you a teacher? Are you an apostle? But because of adulteration, you see, those days people go to church not because they want their problem solved, but because they want to be a follower, to follow Jesus Christ. It was a total package, but miracle is not the center point. Miracle is not the center point. The center point is that I want to give my life to Christ and serve God and preach to others. Don't forget that people in the scripture, people have their problem, yet they still preach. I give you an example of a small girl that was captured from Israel and brought to Naaman's house. That girl is supposed not to preach, because if you want to tell people, say, why did your God allow them to capture you at battlefield and make you a slave here? But that girl, even at slavery, she was able to introduce her own God to her mistress, to say, sir, madam, what is troubling Oga? If they go to our village, God is using a man. We have a God that solved issue. If it was like this then, people will say, I'm serving God. God never solved my own. Am I going to talk about another person? That girl was able to bring salvation to a general. So at the receiving end, the first thing is that know Jesus by yourself. I think that many people of these days, because the Bible talks about at the end time there will be people of inching ear, that they wouldn't want to hear the sound doctrine. They want to hear what they love, people that speak what they want to hear. So, and I think that everybody must know God personally. You know, there are things people criticize about the church on television, but because many people in church did not know God personally, people criticize giving. I'm an example of giving. I give to higher authority. I give to people of the same, because the Bible talks about three kind of fellowship you must have. He said the rain fell, the wind blew, and the flood came. And these three, he said it blew on the house, and the house stood. Now you are going to have rain relationship. People that are greater than you, wind relationship, people that are of the same colleague, the flood relationship are people under you, that on this three platform, you need them to be able to fix your life. So I think that if people in the church knew God by themselves, the Bible says search the scripture. Some of the things we saw people run as gospel, stage managing miracle that is real, sir. Miracle is too real. And that is why you see those who don't know God that will be talking about, oh, let us stage miracle. Miracle is too real, sir. I'm talking here. There is a child, a guy was brought to our church the other day. I didn't know them. They said the two kidney packed up. They don't even have money to buy kidney or fowl. The parent, they are not member of our church. Our church mother is a neighbor to them and carried that child, brought to church and dropped on the altar. We prayed and God healed the child. Now, the child I'm talking about today has given birth to 2 children. Are you going to tell that girl now that Jesus is not real? Now, if it is stage managed, which means those people did not know God, we must know God. God is too real. And those who practice this, they never had an encounter with God. There are people that started well. Now, after some time, they were introduced by people who run this kind of ministry, and they became adulterated. And that is why foundation is very important. Everywhere you go, you must have, the most important center point is that know Jesus by yourself. When you know Jesus by yourself and you find yourself in a place where you feel the presence of God is not any child of God. The Bible says those that are led by the Spirit of God are the sons of God. Those who do this abracadabra ministry, they don't do it alone. Don't forget that they have PA. They have people that work for them. They have people that drive them. And the pain is that all this chunk of people are also going to the same direction, because the person that helped you to take somebody to a room is not unaware of what you are doing. The person that helped you to bring somebody that is not blind is not unaware of what you are doing, and there is no how that person can be born again, because both of you is a blind leading the blind. My concern is that people should know God by your, when you know Jesus by yourself, you cannot be bamboozled, and the Spirit of God will definitely let you know that something is wrong in the life.
Is CAF and CAN, I beg your pardon, CAN and PFN, are they equipped in bringing this kind of characters to justice, or regulating them or sanctioning them?
That God calls somebody does not also mean that the person cannot fall. It does not also rule out that every individual has what we call human weakness. But one major thing is that you must understand your weakness. I suffer from a particular weakness for many years. It took almost a decade before I was able to overcome, and it was anger. And this anger will always come when we are having a program. Devil will look for somebody to trigger me, maybe one of the staff who's supposed to do something. There was a time we asked somebody to come with a wireless mic, paid for it. It was when I want to preach in a crusade, they said, the man not come. The brother, he said, brother in the church. And I suffer from this thing publicly. I lost a lot of people I've invested into them because of anger, and that I can't manage it in the public. I don't want God's work to flop. So I need to display the anger. The same anger that Moses displayed when he saw the people worshiping idol after 40 days of collecting the tablet 10 commandments. He threw it, and God was angry because God owns the people. God owns the commandment. You can't do that. But the same anger he didn't manage to, he killed, he became a murderer at a tender age. That was the same anger that made God to say, pull your shoe where you are. Pull your shoe. The shoe of anger. And it was that same anger that didn't make him, allow him to make the promised land. Now, a pastor can have problem. He can have challenges because people don't see pastor as somebody that can have his personal weakness. But I think that even the CAN and PFN have the role to say this and that you have not done well. Okay. I've seen situations where our fathers of faith have stepped in when there is an issue with an individual. Yeah. Somebody that is wrong today at the altar cannot, there's something that rule it out that the person cannot be right.
So what is the best decision to make at such critical moment?
One, organs who are to regulate the operations of churches, I mean Christian organ, or to call leadership of such denomination, calling them to order, raise a committee for proper investigation, eventually ask the leadership of the church to step aside while some other person are appointed, not within the flock, somebody else among the team of the CAN and PFN can come, and the leadership of that church, the governing council, can work with that individual. You can't step out and be the one administering the church at that time. Brother F will preach today, Brother 24 preach tomorrow. You can't do that. The leadership of CAN or PFN, we set up a committee, go into this thing. Are they true? If these are facts, then what do? This person must be given a period of time that the person will be out of the altar to be able to deal with the flesh and also be mentored, because what is happening to what the case you mentioned, it is not, it's serious, it's something that's more than one, it's not two. So these things must be properly investigated. It is not something that somebody will step out for 1 month. It is something that can take a year. I remember the one that happened to a big man of God the other time. One of our father in faith stepped in. The man was asked not to preach for 1.5 years. He was out of his, he was even moved out of that church to go to a spiritual center where he will be, they mentor him. And today the man is doing great. He's doing well. So Kenneth Copeland have 2-3 marriages that failed, but the other one has stayed almost 50 years now. So it means that if somebody is wrong yesterday, it doesn't mean that the person cannot be corrected. Okay. But the issue, you cannot be a judge in your own case.
All right. Thank you very much, Bishop Austin Igbasan. It's always a delight to have you here on the program.
Thank you, sir.
It's the TMI on the ITV network. Tolu is on standby from Abuja Network Studio to continue on our lineup for today. Tolu, if you're there, you can just take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson, right here, taking us through that spiritual part and setting the tone as we're looking forward to a year that will be definitely fruitful for everyone. And third year being fruitful, we also need to make a perspective for the in a broadcast as this year, the fourth, I talked about the economy rebounding. What are the key indicators that will show that the economy will definitely rebound? Joining me this morning is Lilias, an economist, and also live with me in studio is Raji Kolawole, also an economist too. As we take a look at the key indicators of the economy, the chances of the economy rebounding. So much talk has been going on. Some talking about the fact that there are positives to look out for in 2026, that the economy is on the path of recovery. But let me first take Raji on this. They talk about the people in the banking sector, people who have been in the economy, they say so much what's likely to happen in this day. That they indicate that the economy is bound. We agree with those indicators.
Yes, to a very large extent, I agree with them. Okay. The economic outlook in 2026, according to the CBN, is at 4%. Nigeria's economy grew. This is not a boom, actually, in actual sense, just that we are moving in the right direction. You know, I would go back some 2 or 3 years. 2020, 2024 were mostly years of instabilities and a lot of price shocks and economic shocks. I'll call it a year of stability. Things went down, but at least not as much as they were. There was a balance to the price levels, and I believe that 2026, this tide going to come. You find out that in 5, Nigeria's GDP grew most from from agriculture. A little bit agriculture is basically, but manufacturing was still down. Our whole sector provided a lot of for Nigeria GDP growth in 2025, and I believe that these sectors are also going to grow. Another sector we're not looking at properly in creator. I believe 2026 we're going to see a lot of revenue from creative sector. Also, let us not leave out Africa policy, which is a taxation policy, which is in the tax net. Yes, government is going to see a lot of revenue from that. That's GDP, because it's not a strength of GDP. Yeah. But the thing about it is that you find out that most households will now have more disposable income. What I mean by that is that, for example, people that earn between 1 to 1.5 million naira monthly will now pay less tax. What this does is that they now have more disposable income to spend, and that affects consumer spending on the GDP calculation. Also on the revenue side, government will now even have more money to spend for government. So all of this will affect GDP on a general basis. And you look at it, the economy will grow. Also, on inflation too, yes, Nigeria's foreign reserve is at 45 billion presently. Going by the way remittances is going, presently the UK has just increased minimum wage, and that is going. A lot of the Nigerians that are in the UK do Jackpot syndrome. You find out that remittances has been growing for the past 2 years. In 2026 is also likely to grow. Now, if government's projection also on oil, if we can continue to ensure that security is better, our oil production next couple of months might increase from 1.5 million barrels. The price estimated to or outlooked to reduce but if our production increases, that also aggregate that is good. So I'm very
really interested in the thing you mentioned right there and what's going to happen in 2026. But for an ordinary man, for a layman on the street, when you talked about inflation, we also look at the purchasing power of money, which is also a major cause for concern. Because the street is looking at the purchasing power, what he's earning, can he be able to look up? For those in the offices who are looking at this, you can say there is growth, there is improvement. But for the layman on the street, would you say that makes sense?
I won't use the word term layman. I'll use the term Nigerians.
Okay.
Yeah, possibilities on the streets. 2026 is going to be a better year.
Okay.
Not just the way I said, it's not going to be a boom,
Yeah.
but it's going to be far better. It's going to be better than 2025 and 2024. And the reasons are simple. The first reason, which I raised, was taxation.
Yeah.
If you're a civil servant and you normally pay tax, you find out that based on this new tax law, you pay less tax. When you pay, that means your net pay would most likely increase this 2026, and you have on foodstuffs and other utilities. That's one. Now, let's look at the price of fuel, which is a very big constituent of fuel inflation in Nigeria. Last year, 2024, December, price of a liter of petrol was around 1,000 naira.
Yeah.
The day you can walk in station. If you go to MRI, if you go to stations, you get maybe like 89. Yes.
20.
So you see that the price is going down, and that will have an effect on the Nigerian.
Yeah.
Now, the last one, which is FX stability. As of here, December, the parallel market was at 1,600 to a dollar. As at two markets at 1,450 to a dollar. That's like 50 naira difference.
Okay.
So all of these effects are going to have effects on the cost of goods and services in Nigeria. It might not be substantial, but it will be a slight reduction. Yes, you can say price, but those prices are going to fall based on system.
Okay, let me hold a little bit. So, I'll also be via Zoom this morning by an economist talking about Ali Wele, looking at the 2020 and also the possibility of the economy rebounding. We've been talking with Raji Kolawole, and it's also been shedding light on some of the key indicators that makes 2026 to be a promising year for an average Nigeria on the street right there. If I have Ali, it's right there with me. You also same sentiment about 2026 being for Nigerians better life to afford some of the things of life. What is your own take on this, Aliu?
Thank you for having. I don't understanding the macroeconomic positivity in Nigeria and expect actually low. Because look at where we are coming from compared to 2024, 2025. I think this year we have much more optimism, even though it is with caution for optimism again, because if you look at the benefits again of those macroeconomic indicators, and if you look at, I listened to what you were asking about people and ordinary Nigerians. My fear is that it will be pretty difficult for us to realize the benefits of them to become some things. Because if you look at Nigeria today, the demand side is a problem. Yes, if you go to the markets now, you see that price of food, price of gari, price of tomato, price of commodities are come down considerably. But the question is that do you have the purchasing power, the disposable income, and how about the demand side of it? And that's my fear. Simply means that this year will be a year that you will see labor demanding for more. But you see more as working demanding because what they have in their hands is not enough to actually buy. And now, what of all the government attention need everything down, but importation coming down. That's what we need to look at critically. Because look at the cost of even food in London, you see that food transport still remains a major problem. We're going to have a CNG and actually hold up in the price of commodities. So until the price of goods and services coming down, the purchasing power, is there. So that's the gap actually. We pray to not see anything like force major, but from the macroeconomic indicator, quarter of 2026 is going to be positive.
Thank you so much for insight right there. And also, let me come back, Kolaji, right here in the studio. Still hold your thoughts. We're talking about employment. Then some of the major challenges also facing us going to 2020. Do you foresee a situation where there will be increases in employment. For us to be boost, also need to be able to in capital projects. And also need to increase employment. Do you foresee a situation where there may be more capital for the coastal roads? But this is enough. Do you foresee, and looking at the budget and what we're looking at 2026, there will be more capital projects that will lead to increase in employment?
Okay, I said before, I always try to so I don't go out of line. When this year is not a year of boom, we're going to see little different, but something slightly beyond the year previously. Note that this 2026 is a pre-election year, and pre-election they are going to increase the money supply. Okay. Now, what that might happen pre-election year is most politicians will go to their local government project, so there will be money into those communities, which the business person is going to use to purchase or 3 extra. So you're going to see that happen, which is going to use activities from the local government to the state to the federal. Now affects every sector, but one sector that will affect is the printing sector. Yeah, you're going to find out that people in the printing sector, probably in Abuja, yeah, they're going to do a lot more printing and a lot more activities that are going to happen there. So that is going to happen. So it might not have a very sizable impact on, but it's going to change 1 or 2 things gradually. Yeah. And it's important that we on the sanction of based on international standards. Okay. If you have not asked for a job in the past 4 weeks, you are not unemployed.
Okay.
You are unemployed. In the past 4 weeks, you have actively looked for a job. Okay. So it is important that we know that. So when you see the MBA data and they say that unemployment is at 4.3%, and even when you are underemployed, you are not unemployed. You are also infused into the employed category. If you are in past 2, no matter how it came about, not employed. So our figures at 4.3 parameters the MBS uses to say that unemployment rate is at 4.35, and so forth and so forth. So basically, we might not see a big difference in unemployment figures this year. There's going to be some difference.
Okay. Link up with Ali right there. It's still right there. One major area that also has huge influence on Nigerians is stage rate, the forex. According to the right drop, compared to what we presently have right now, it has dropped. See a situation where there will also be a gradual fall rate, probably to 100 or 100. You know what? Currently, between 50 or 1460. Do you foresee that, and what impact that have on the economy? Right. I'd like to just chip into what said. We discussed about employment. I think we have employment issue, and I think we need to start calling the attention of MBS to the media. If you work 1 week, you are right before it has so to have employment is neither here nor there. If you look at because so from I'm starting to employment, portfolio investment, bring their exchange in bank instruments and go. So we can actually get people employed. If we invest in those sectors such as manufacturing and also agricultural sector. Remember the manufacturing agriculture is supposed to take lead while the manufacturing follows suit. That's the only way we can get it. So government should invest in those reduce the MPR so that people can go to bank to borrow. That's that. Now you talked about the foreign exchange. Remember that's what we call deflator. Deflator simply means that no
fatament in macroeconomy. Sector is there, and that's why if you look at the GDP in Africa, we are like number 5. Be number 1 because we have the population, we have the purchasing power, but the deflator is that currency measurement, whereby after you now come and bring the foreign exchange value and deflate it. That is what we are number 5 now. Are we going to have the answer is yes? Is it going to be good? Simply because until we start off production, by the time we can advance of payment, you can also make foreign to also help. I will need more imports. So if you look at the economy now, import is discouraged and then it's export. But like 1,900, I think that's the government's even budget. They also are more before they use the global decisions, even if they don't expect it to come down beyond that. They think we can with the dollar, and that's my expectation. And I think we push it, but we should put out more for production. If you don't, that's why the issue of airport that the government know stop exporting so adding value to things and production. I think that's what we can actually rely exchange for favorable to the perhaps we must also not forget the branch of structural problem, which is within by no country actually does that. No government actually control that, but we must not leave. If you go to any country, I recall the last country I went to, it is when you want to get money, you are going to bring it national, they want to print it. They want to know who are you, where you are coming from, how much, why are you bringing so much money for an exchange. So we must also start monitoring our own to actually see that we actually work it out and bring the value to its variable level.
Okay, thank you so Mr. Elias for that, talking about production, and also that would have a huge part of the domestic product right there. When you look at it right there, it made the importance of increasing local produce. That can also lead to increase in our GDP. That will have a hook in exportation and also influence the dollar LFA for exchange. But with what our main source of
well, that's so much we can take from our Abuja network studio due to a technical glitch. Hope we can reconnect with them much later on the show. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Just talk a bit of some of the trends in the political space in the build up to 2027. I think the biggest story in 2025 to a large extent was the defection of Peter Obi from Labour Party to ADC. Even though we knew for a long time his body was in Labour Party, well, his spirit was in ADC. He just formalized that, on the last day. That was on December 31st, as it were. And we've seen the reactions coming. And by the way, Joy Obai Shagmo just joined this conversation. Joy, it's good to have you on the show. Happy New Year.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing today?
Very well,
you look so lush.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. All right, so ladies, let's quickly look at this trend. I'm also concerned with the fact that Obedience are saying for their own candidate, Peter Obi, is the presidency or nothing. In an ADC where you have the likes of Atiku Abubakar, you have Rotimi Amechi, you have Malam Nasser El-Rufai, and then now Obi is there. What do you make of all of it? Let me start with Joy.
Peter Obi joining the ADC, it's a very good one. It's a welcome development. He has been Nigerians, I wouldn't want to say favorite when it comes to, loyalty to the people and also, especially the youth.
Yeah.
And so it's a welcome development. And I think that him being in the ADC, his followers should just blend in and see how, you know, it works out, especially for, you know, Peter Obi as a person.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I just feel like these are some of the theatrics that characterize the upcoming elections and just elections in Nigeria as per, you know, as going on. First off, seeing Peter Obi now join the ADC officially, of which we've already heard talks about it in the past, and now having him officially join the ADC is a welcome development. But, you know, as we know, there's a lot of this and that, and just, you know, spirals that characterize this, being that they also have Atiku there. They have the likes of Kwankwaso. So who is going to bail the cat is the big question. Who is going to get the ticket? Yeah. You know, a lot of people, like Joy just said, have pulled their weight behind Peter Obi per time and just over time supporting him, especially the youth. We just saw in the last elections, which Tinubu was the winner, President Tinubu was the winner, how much volume of people pulled their weight behind the presidential candidates of the Labour Party at that time, Peter Obi, and how Labour Party now became a publicized party even because of Peter Obi. I just believe that Peter Obi was the spearhead behind the Labour Party. And now seeing him join the ADC, and having to maybe even compete with the likes of Kwankwaso and also Atiku for the presidential ticket of the ADC in the upcoming elections. It's just something that is beyond us, but like we hope to see what happens per time.
I think the challenge for that development in the ADC is that it's going to raise the bar of competition amongst the, you know, the major actors there. I'm just hoping that the party will not focus on money politics, because at the end of the day, most times it goes to the highest bidder. And that's where there are serious concerns about the presence of the likes of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. For a lot of people, they say so many things about Abubakar Atiku.
A lot of people say
nothing has been done in terms of EFCC investigating him or him being prosecuted for corruption allegation. Many of those things, they are part of the theatrics that you talked about politically that we'll see around. Yeah.
And there's also talk about Atiku, how in recurrent times he's come out for, you know, contesting for
a serial contestant.
Yes, and at some point, a lot of people are saying, why not take a break? Why not just be an advisor? Why not just be behind the scenes at this point?
And play the role of an elder statesman.
Yes, if truly you want to serve the people, like you say, why does it have to be in the capacity of the president, which in so many different times you failed to achieve in the past? You know, and they are valid in some way. And you're also saying there's a pending probe. People are asking for a pending probe. It's just something that we should look
now there's
into.
also a dimension to you. Want to add something to that?
You mentioned something on Peter Obi. Peter Obi joined the ADC, right? So, and then you mentioned something like, you know, the likes of Kwankwaso and the others being in the scene. It's going to be a very, very tough, you know, election for the primaries, actually. But looking at Peter Obi, I think Peter Obi already portrayed that character of, you know, he is the man of the people. We all like him, the youth like him, of course. And I don't think that he is going to come out to, you know, play that kind of politics with them. I think, you know, like he said, he's just like an ambassador right now. You know, him joining the ADC, the Labour Party, he actually made the party known.
Yeah, he brought the party to limelight. Yes.
And now he is in the ADC. I think he's still going to bring that. He's going to give them that kind of limelight, and also him giving them that kind of limelight, the people are just going to embrace him, because a lot of persons are saying that wherever Peter Obi is, we are there.
Yeah, and that's very, very key in the build up to 2027. But I think right now, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who is being the main man for the NNPP, really hasn't moved to the ADC. He is still, you know, contemplating moving to the ADC. So, but those big names that we have in the ADC now, you have Atiku there, you have Rotimi Amechi there, you have Nasser El-Rufai there. And then now we have Peter Obi there. But I think Kwankwaso's challenge is he too wants to go for the presidency. But today I just saw a statement from him saying, look, well, presidency or vice presidency, I'm cool. Okay. In the 2023 election, it was part of the reason why Obi and Kwankwaso didn't merge or work together, because Kwankwaso insisted on being the presidential candidate. He wasn't ready to step down. Or that we probably would have seen an Obi presidency and a Kwankwaso vice presidency. And that for me would have rocked, because when you look at their age, you look at their experience, and look at their values and all of that, but it didn't work out. I'm sure he's probably, you know, doing a retrace of his steps now to say, look, if I can't
He's done a reevaluation.
Let me settle for this.
If I can't get this, let me go for this. But that will be predicated on the fact that is the ADC willing to give Rabi Musa Kwankwaso the vice presidential ticket? Only time will tell. And for Atiku, the concern is that this is Atiku's last chance of having a go at the presidency.
Why do you say it's
because for a man who is over 80.
True.
Yeah, so this is his last chance.
But the man should take the back seat already.
Right, I feel like everybody, especially these politicians, we should all weigh our conscience. If you're coming to, you're coming as a public office, you come with the people in mind. You come to serve and not to, you know, just be in that office or
for the sake
of it, or just for, you know, it's your turn. I mean, look on. You come for the people. I believe that at this point, these politicians should begin to weigh their conscience and do what is best, not just for themselves or for their portfolio, but for the people.
Because obviously at this point it seems as though Atiku is just, you know, having to enter this game because of, you know, his own interest. It doesn't seem as though he's doing it for the people, especially us, the youth. We're here. This is the future. So looking at Peter Obi is just our potential right now.
Okay, so Peter Obi has a big fan here. Maybe they can look out for you and see how you can do some consultation for them. Anyways, it's still TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short break. When we return, Patricia Gabriels is on standby from our Lagos Network studio. Please stay with us.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on the continuation of from our Lagos Network. I am Paris. We'll be glad to law. This reform was signed into law in June 2025 by President Tinubu, and it's to take effect from the 1st of January 2026. But before I go into details, I'm going to introduce our guest who is going to be taking charge of this discussion. How does it operate?
Okay. Thanks for having me here in the studio again. And happy New Year to all Nigerians. I drove the vaccine should be done, and the government has not done well enough. And we've got to, you know, that has to be put out there. The government has not done well enough. If you are doing something that affects the very, very core of the existence of your citizens, you have to be extremely intentional about ensuring that there is no ambiguity and clarity is assured with what it means for them. That hasn't happened. The National Orientation Agency, working in concert with the Taiwo Idele Committee and the Nigeria Revenue Service, should have done a very well detailed job of explaining it with clarity in as simple language as possible what these things mean to the ordinary man on the street, because they are the ones that are talking. There have been efforts, obviously, you know, there is a campaign from the committee of Mr. Idele, you know, there's a use of some social media influencers, you know, and all that, but all those things are not enough. A lot of people are not on social media. There is millions and millions of Nigerians that this may or may not affect who don't even have TV sets or radios. What are we as a country doing to make sure that those people are reassured, you know, what the issues are with this law? Then on the part of Nigerians, especially people with a voice, media outlets, whether electronic or print, society leaders, thought leaders in the country who go on different platforms to speak about these things. A lot of people, for political reasons, are whipping up falsehood, you know, to achieve whatever political points they want to score. And for that, for me, that's very disturbing. For example, the issues that you raised. There is no way in the tax act where there is any kind of indication people's activity. No,
50.
It's actually ridiculous, you know, that thought. And this is what I say. So now I won't blame the average person on the street who believes that scared. But the final is to fiduciary you as a bank and your customers. The only person that can access information about, I'm not talking of money, information about your account and your accounting transactions is you or the bank. And the bank must give permission, you know, must get permission from you to do so
to access.
If you want to give it to a third party, unless there is a court order saying otherwise, or in this case, there is a law that says, you know, certain parts of that can be ceded to government information. But when it comes to your money, nobody can take your money from your account without you signing something, either electronically or physically. Of course, there are exceptions to that. So if we're talking of big transactions now, for example, let's say you are owing a bank. You owe a bank 50 million naira or 100 million naira or 200 million naira, and you have refused to pay for years. The bank can go to court and get a court judgment, a court order that your account should be frozen, or they can even get a garnishi, where they can now move in and take your assets. They can pick up your vehicle, you know, whatever they can find, your bank accounts that they have access to, and then they take those monies. A very specific situation on this. So for the average man on the street who has struggled 50,000 naira, 100,000 in his account, nobody can touch your account. No dime will be removed under the Tax Act.
If I understand,
from your account.
You're saying they are not going to be taxed.
Nobody is touching. No. I'm talking about people's, because that's a fear that people are talking about now. That nobody can take money from your account without your permission. Okay. People can take that to the bank. Your money, so there's no need to be rushing to the bank and say, hey, tax law has started, though, I want to withdraw my money. There's nothing like that. Leave that one. The only thing that has also coincided with the commencement of the Tax Act is the Stamp Duties Act, which, by the way, is not new. It's been Stamp Duties Act for more than 30 years. Okay. That law was first enacted in 1970-something, more than 50 years, right? And then it has evolved with different tax reforms. You know, Buhari signed Finance Act about 3 or 4 times. And that tax duty changed nomenclature. But the figure has also been 59 for receipts. If you receive money, 50 naira, then they take, sorry, if you receive more than 10,000, they take 50 naira from your account, right? Direct debit by the bank. Then it evolved and it became whether you are receiving or you are sending, they will take 50 naira from both parties. Okay? That's a tax that has existed before, has nothing to do with this particular tax reform.
But why is it coming up afresh? That's the fear.
Very interesting question, and to be honest, I don't have an answer to that. Up until 3 years ago, it changed from Stamp Duties Act to Electronic Money Transfer Levy.
Yes.
EMT.
Charges. Yes.
So, but it was still the same 50 if you are changing the name. So now they've changed the name back to Stamp Duty. How does that one affect anybody?
No, it's because the layman on the street does not understand.
They don't understand that.
Yes.
So that 15 has existed before, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. It's the stamp duty. So we move on. It's 15 naira. It's significant if your money is not much, you know, but it's the law. There's nothing we can do. Okay, so let's lay that to rest. That's the only kind of money that can be taken from your account directly as you are receiving money by the bank. So the bank takes the money, and it is stamp duty. It has nothing to do with this Tax Act. Now, coming to this tax reform now, there are 4, just to explain the basics.
Okay.
The average person that may not understand. The tax reform is built on 4 different laws that work together. There is the Nigeria Tax Act that describes the taxes that will be charged to Nigerians, and how, the people that those taxes will be applied to. There's the Nigeria Tax Administration Act, that's the process. How will it happen? How will the taxman take the money, and so on and so forth? How will they determine how much you have made? So that's contained there. And then there's the Nigeria Revenue Service. So the what we used to call the IRS, the FIRS, Federal Inland Revenue Service. They changed name to Nigeria Revenue Service to make it more all-inclusive, to make it clear that this is not just a federal thing. It is for Nigeria, So, and then there's the Joint Tax Board Establishment Act, which now provides a collective body that coordinates taxes at the local government level, at the state level, at the federal level, and any other tax that is being administered in Nigeria, of that, to ensure that multiple taxation doesn't happen. So that's what that is about, and those are the laws that constitute the Nigeria Tax Acts that are now being implemented. Some of them have taken effect since last year. The Nigeria Revenue Service didn't take effect in January. They've become Nigeria Revenue Service since a few months back. Okay, so that's the legislative framework. And we can talk about the details of who gets taxed and all of that. If you want me to continue, should I just go on?
Yes. Honestly, Nigerians really, really want this to be clarified, to be break down for the layman to understand. You have just said all this, and I'm sure they're still sitting out there not understanding what you have said. Their concern is, are they going to be taxed? Okay. Is money going to be debited from their accounts? Right. Who is to be taxed?
So, one of the things that I particularly like about this law is that it's very smart. Mr. Idele, a lot of people, if you don't understand what has happened, then you just say, oh, they're going to be taxing us. First of all, in this country, we had laws that existed up until January 1 that required, even if you're earning 50,000 naira, 40,000 naira salary, required you to pay as you earn, your personal income tax, right? But most people, because of the informality of the Nigerian economy, because of the fact that a lot of people are not captured by the system, no identification, nobody knows that company, so they're collecting their salaries. And they're not paying taxes. A lot of Nigerians don't pay taxes. The majority of Nigerians don't pay taxes, right? Now, the Oyedele committee recognized that. They know that the average person, if you are collecting 50,000 per month, 60,000 per month, maybe even 100,000 per month, you are not really paying any taxes to anybody, even though you are supposed to. So what they've done is that they have now created a threshold to say, you know what? All of you that were collecting this money and were not paying taxes before. Okay. Now, don't pay the tax, but it is now official. The government recognizes that you exist, but we don't want to tax you because your salary is not much. So that's why there is a band. So the way tax works all over the world is that there are income brackets, income bands that you apply different tax rates to. The higher your income, the higher the taxes you pay.
Becomes, yeah.
So what they've done is that prior to now, there was no zero tax rate bracket. They have now created a bracket where they say, if you are earning less than 800,000 naira per annum, taxable, if your taxable income is less than, and I will explain what I mean by that, is less than 800,000 per annum, you are not required to pay tax. Your tax rate is 0%. Officially, right? If you divide that by 12, it works out to about 60-something thousand naira per month. Right? Taxable with low minimum wage. So if you are earning minimum wage or below, you will not be paying any taxes. Officially, government knows that you exist, but they are not taking tax from you. So anybody that is listening to this and your salary is less than 70,000 naira, you are not going to be required to pay tax. And that huge percentage of Nigeria's workforce. Okay, that's on the some people. Now, once your salary goes above that 800,000 per annum, then tax rates begin to apply as you are increasing. And it's also, even if you are earning, let's say, 2 million per annum, a lot of people fall in that category as well. People that are earning, you know,
100,000 monthly, yes.
month.
Yeah.
Once you multiply that by 12, you are working up
close to 2 million, yes.
Right? You are not going to pay a dime of tax on the first 800 of your 2 million. So you will only be paying tax on 1.2 million that is above the 800,000. So that itself is a relief. Now, those people, this is very interesting. People that are in the income bracket of around 2 million, 2.5, 3 million per annum. In other words, even for you, if you are on 200,000 naira per month, that works out to about 2.4 million, right, per annum. 250,000 naira per month, you are talking of 3 million per annum. There is a significant saving that this law provides to you. So for the people in that bracket, they actually will be paying less tax, effective from the end of this month. You know, tax, even though they are not paying the tax directly to government, their employer will be making deductions on their account.
From their salary.
From their salary. From their salary. So those deductions should come down. This is key. So if you fall in this category of some people, you are earning about 200K, 150K, 180K, 250K per month, maybe even up to 300K, you should feel a slight increase in your take-home pay as a result of this law.
Really?
Yes.
How?
This is key for people to understand. This is key because we've been talking about this thing as if, oh, it's a problem. Nigeria, they want to tax us.
You know, because why Nigerians are that scared is because a whole lot of words are coming out from prominent people in Nigeria. We had the airpeace man Oyema who said that with this tax reform, that air flight, local flight tickets could skyrocket to about 1 million. And then also we had who's party well social media about it.
It's very sad. You know, these are, in my opinion, either because of ignorance or just right mischief. You know, these are irresponsible statements from these people. It's not true. The government is doing the exact opposite. And for records purposes, anybody that knows me knows that I'm not a government apologist. Anybody that knows me, that knows my work in the public space, I speak in the public a lot. I am one of the most critical voices against the way governance runs in this country, right? So I'm saying the law does the exact opposite. They're not poverty. They are exempting poverty from taxation by this law. Please, let's get it right. There is not everything that is politics.
So where is all this coming from?
Please, stop this narrative of you don't tax poverty. The government is not taxing poverty. They're actually exempting poverty from taxation, right? So if you think about it, first, if you
This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin with another spate of insecurity in Nigeria as bandits kill over 30 in Niger State's market raid. Now, suspected bandits raided the market in Niger State's Bogu area on January 3 around 4:30 p.m., killing at least 30 people including women, abducting others, looting valuables, and burning stores without any security response until the next morning. Police confirmed over 30 deaths and ongoing rescue efforts for the kidnapped, while eyewitnesses described more than 50 restrained and killed amid charred ruins. President Tinubu ordered top security chiefs to hunt the attackers and boost patrols, as Governor Bago condemned the assaults on diverse communities amid Nigeria's banditry crisis. Now, this is something that's coming on the heels of the widely broadcasted security challenge in Nigeria. Now, let's get to hear what the social space is saying about this. Let's take reactions. This first reaction says, brutal attacks on the same Papiri community in Nigeria, where the Catholic school children were abducted in November. Eyewitnesses say terrorists allowed to run wild with no security presence. The worst mass killing of the new year so far in Nigeria. Persecution ongoing. That's from Sean Nelson. Now let's get to see another remark. This one from Omoyele Shori says, more than 30 people have been murdered in cold blood in Niger State, and there has been no word, no empathy, no leadership from Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Goes along to tag the president and says, Nigeria is effectively without a president at this moment since disappearing before New Year's Day under the excuse of vacation. Tinubu has remained silent while citizens are slaughtered, a country bleeding, and a leader missing in action. This is the tragic reality of Nigeria today. Let's see another comment. This commenter says this is heartbreaking and completely unacceptable. The massacre of innocent Nigerians, women, traders, families going about their daily lives in a market is a tragic reminder of how deep the insecurity crisis has become. A society where bandits can invade a public market, kill over 30 people, abduct others, loot freely, and set the place on fire without immediate consequences is a society failing in its most basic duty, protecting lives. This is not just another attack, it is a national emergency. Let's see another comment now. This commenter says, when terrorists reportedly overrun the same community, abduct school children, return to massacre civilians, and still face zero security resistance, that's no longer insecurity. That is state failure. A country where killers operate freely, communities are abandoned, and citizens rely on luck to survive, has lost the most basic duty of government, protection of life. This is not a warning sign anymore. It is the evidence. Nigeria is a failed state. Let's take the final comments now on this particular story. This one says, the village that buries its people daily while the chief counts his gold will soon have no one left to rule. 30 killed in broad daylight at a market. Bandits operate freely, kill, kidnap, burn, and leave. Government silent as always. Nigerian lives are disposable until election season. Security has collapsed, leadership has failed, and citizens are left defenseless. This is governance failure, not misfortune. Now, those are the hot takes as regards the insecurity situation in Niger State, where over 30 people were killed. Now, let's move on to the next story. In this one, it's actually on the international scene. The Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, has been captured by U.S. forces in an operation called Operation Absolute Resolve. More than 150 U.S. troops go into the country and get the president over allegations of narco-terrorism and the likes of others. Yes, it's a trending issue, and the social media space is definitely reacting. Let's see some videos that correlate, and then we'll talk some more and take reactions. Now, what you just saw is Operation Absolute Resolve by 150 plus American troops, where they went into the country after some strikes to get the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. Now, there's been a spate of celebration in the country after this capture. Let's see the video before we go along to take reactions. There you have it, a celebratory video of the Venezuelan people following the capture and indictment of their president, Nicolas Maduro, by the U.S. government. Now let's see how the social media space is taking this. Let's take reactions. The first reaction goes on to say, President Trump announced that the U.S. has captured Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro following a series of airstrikes, and that the Venezuelan president is in U.S. custody outside of the country. This dramatic start to 2026 has implications for multiple regimes and terror groups worldwide. Let's see another comment now. The next commenter says, the liberals are already crying about the communist dictator being captured. Americans died at the hands of Nicolas Maduro and his drugs. Every American and Venezuelan should be happy this is over. Let's take the final comment before we move on. The next comment says, the capture and transfer of Nicolas Maduro to face federal charges in New York underscores the critical need to enforce accountability for narco-terrorism and state-sponsored criminal enterprises. The Southern District of New York indictment unsealed today details Maduro's alleged weaponization of Venezuela's institutions to flood U.S. cities with cocaine, directly fueling the fentanyl crisis that's devastated American communities. Now, those are the comments as regards the capture of the Venezuelan president and also his indictment in New York, the United States. Now, to wrap it up, we'll take our final story, which happens to be the official defection of the Labour Party presidential aspirant of 2023, that is Peter Obi, into the ADC. And guess what? Atiku did welcome him. Atiku did welcome him, and I quote him as saying, "Today marks a significant moment in the history of political coalitions in our country, with the official declaration of my brother and associates Peter Obi into the African Democratic Congress, ADC. It is my pleasure to welcome him officially as we look forward to a robust working relationship that will foster a virile opposition, one that will ultimately form a government capable of bringing prosperity and peace to our people. And as the ADC coalition train leaves Enugu, the capital of Southeast region, I hope this inspires other patriots to join the cause with the train headed in their direction." Yes, this particular quote is actually the statement of Atiku Abubakar as he welcomes the Labour Party 2023 aspirant Peter Obi into the ADC. Now let's take reactions. Let's see how the social media space is actually taking this. The first reaction says, Atiku and his boy have now reunited. We know the plot. Obi will run the primaries and lose to Atiku. Then Atiku will offer him VP ticket. Then all his online rally platforms will go with the agenda that Atiku will run only one term and then hand over to Obi, and everyone will support Atiku Obi ticket. 2027 will be interesting. Let's see the next comment. The next netizen says it will be extremely difficult to defeat the sitting president, a renowned politician with a grassroots following of kingmakers. I'm curious to know how the ADC people will convince the nation to vote for them, aside using the difficulties in the economy, which is widely affecting the world. Let's take the final comments now before we wrap it up. Well, the final comment says this man will be left stranded after ADC primary, and he and Obedience will have no other options than to join Atiku as vice presidential candidates. Definitely, he can't defeat Atiku for the ADC primary ticket. Impossible. ADC will only use Mr. Obi to gain more popularity and gather public sympathy. I will repost this comment after ADC primary next year. Make Obi look for another small party and start building. Earlier the better. Atiku no dey use primary and tickets play with person. And after primary, it's just few months to election, and to form another party, go hard Obi. Well, those are the comments as regards the defection of Peter Obi and actually his joining the ADC and also being welcomed by Atiku Abubakar. And here's where we draw the curtain on TMI socials today. From the whole TMI crew across all our network centers, I say thank you so much to our viewership for staying tuned in. Thank you so much also to our insightful guests. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe. Do have yourself a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with the state and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
So how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, now unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians were willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna-Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa. Is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ojode Atwaje, abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Ayaba Atwaje, abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Adaye Atwaje, abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, always near Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
On the network news tonight, APC National Secretary trade words over Rivers political umpires. President Tinubu needs Senator Magnus Abe for NUPRC Board Chairman, Adeniji NMDPRA Board Chairman. Edo tourism gets a major boost as Kada Plaza and Entertainer unveils 5D bold cinema. Person workers and fatigue dominate TV and radio first 26 health lecture. Lagos State Police Command serves invitation to Pastor Chris Okafor. Good evening, welcome to the Network News Independent Television. I am Joyce Ikogu. I've been joined by Sonny Judson from our Benin Network. Good evening, Sonny. It's good to see you in the net. Hope you're off to a great.
Good evening, Joyce. Happy New Year. It's always a delight to be with you on the ITV Main News, as always.
Many thanks. And also joining from our Lagos Network Center is Messilina Unkor. Hi, it's always having you on the screen.
Beautiful evening to you, Joyce. Good to see you tonight on the screen.
And the news begins from the nation's capital. Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital, Nyesom Wike, has President Bola Ahmed and the National Secretary of All Progressives Congress, Ajibola Bashiru, steer clear of River State's politics. The minister joined in during a visit to Oyimbo local area of River State, alleging that the APC had some funds from the 600 billion left in the state's coffers. He charged the secretary to learn from those who previously tried to meddle in River State's politics.
If I don't say this, let me warn those who come to River State. You have heard about 600 billion. You connect and you open your talk. I want to say, you know, we do something for the interest of everybody. Some people will come out to make sure those things don't work. I said, Victor, I want to say it here. Take this message. Tell your National Secretary, leave River State alone. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Go and ask those who did it before. Don't take incident granted. You have to be careful statement you make. You have to be careful. Today, you are enjoying in Osun who did the work. You are opening your mouth to talk about River State. Maybe you take it. When Mr. President comes, when I see the Minister of Beer Economy, I will tell them to tell him, go and other people, what has happened before. Putting River State, carry your hand to come to River State. If your hand burns, don't say that people. I can challenge anybody. This state.
During Mr. Wike's earlier visit to Gokana local government area of the state, Victor Ogim, APC's vice chairman representing South had described Governor Siminalayi Fubara as a so-called governor. He also stated that Mr. Fuin's term in the state without going through Mr. Wike. How APC's National Secretary Bashiru described Mr. Yad Wemax as unfortunate, noting that Mr. office as governor should respect these political differences. In other news, the Secretary of Progressive Congress Ajiboliru has called on the Minister of the Capital Territory to resign from office for what he described as a repeated attack and ends in the of the ruling, particularly in the state. But his comments were in response to weak criticisms of his position that sitting governors deserve to remain party in their state. Statement, Bashiru expressed shock that what he termed as innocuous elected could attract what he described as uncouth responses from a federal executive council. He stressed that remarks were made in his official capacity as APC National Secretary aimed to protecting the parties and internal structures. Bashiru also stated that not a member of the APC and therefore lacks the standing to interfere in the party's internal affairs. He clarified that oversight responsibilities as National Secretary are national and not limited to of assisting that on APC matters in brief do not amount to interference in politics. Reacting to actions by Wike, the APC leaders were calling for a purported 600 naira left River State coffers, but she dismissed the claim as blackmail. It is personal and public record as one of the alleged to provide evidence for the allegation or bid to defend it in court. But she rejected what he described as threats from the FCT minister, stating that political intent did not deter him. Added that Wike's support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would cover APC membership, warned against importation party practices, ruling party. He advising Wike to resign minister if he to continue actions in his view undermine the APC from within. Introduced by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been described as progressive, potential to boost household savings and consumption, increasing employment opportunities across the country. A renowned international economist, Professor Ken Ifem session, exclusive telephone interview with TV News in Abuja. Of Kadri, Nigeria's domestic product is set under the new tax.
The federal government, led Bola Tinubu, has introduced from January 1st, 2026, to examine the possible positive in policy. ITV spoke with international Professor Ken Ife via telephone. He explains that the taxes are progressive in nature, meaning that individuals who earn more will pay more. According to him, this approach is expected to savings and increase consumptions at the household level.
Is progressive in the sense that if you earn more, you pay more. So they decided to remove consumption taxes that affect them at their base. So education tax, health tax, food tax on food, tax on the transport, all of that where the ordinary man will spend his money on, taxes are removed from them. Now the effect of that is that you will now have more, you retain more of your disposable income. And if you retain it, you can save more. And if you decide to spend it, you can spend more in buying more output.
Professor Ife also notes that for businesses, the increase in taxable income threshold from 25 naira to 50 million naira will, with more disposable funds to expand operations, employ more workers, and increase production.
Move from 25 million to 50 million threshold, it means more businesses can retain their. They can avoid dealing with the accounting for this small tax every month. They retain this money. They can do more in productive activity. They can retain staff more. They need more staff. What happens is that the aggregate put in the economy will increase. That is GDP.
He adds that these properly implemented could significantly boost Nigeria's gross domestic GDP and strengthen. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Live via Telepat to discuss the new tax came into effect on January 1, 2026 is an economist, Mr. Aliyu Ishau.
Good evening. Thank you.
Many thanks for joining us on the news tonight.
Thank you.
What is the implication, or could you to us in simple terms, the tax laws for the average night?
The tax law is part of the reform the administration went to sign on July 26, 2025, and for provisions, the Nigerian Tax Administration, the Joint Tax Board, as well as the reconciliation of the constitution of that tribunal, exactly, Joint Tribunal. These are the four tax law that has been approved. But what that means to Nigeria is that in every system, every fiscal bill, there must be a comprehensive tax without duplication. So the tax law is nice, different tax that is being charged from different, especially from the federal, state, and local government. This multiple taxation is counterproductive, and at the same time, also, it doesn't encourage tax habit in the system. So the harmonization of the law is the first thing. The second thing is the administration, so that the individual tax category identified. For instance, individual tax, which has to do with the personal income tax and other related taxes, are classified. Not only that, there is also the provision of settling dispute between the taxpayer and the tax administrator. So all these are components that has form part of what is the new tax which obviously is going to enhance the revenue performance and is also going to put some so-called or what we call exclusion of low-income earners.
Okay, Mr. Ali, your thoughts are well taken on that. Now the implication of these laws on this Nigerian.
The implication of this tax that each taxpayer tax identification, which will now pronounce as a qualified that each and every has responsibility, obligation, and the principle of returns, that is quid pro quo benefit. That is what you pay as tax. You are not paying it for any luxury. You are paying it to better your own life, and that is why it is important for every Nigerian to have a knowledge of why these taxes are being paid and why they must return to him. So, in general sense, is that it's going to improve efficiency in the tax administration and revenue, and give the taxpayer that citizenship to question representative on the use of all those funds that have been collected.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. That's just quite insightful, and many thanks for joining us on the Network News.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that was Mr. Ali, and economics, 3 more like the new tax codes. Now, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has 4 letters to the second confirmation of 21 nominees of the Nigerian Midstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, MDPRA, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, UPRC. This was disclosed by the advisor to the President, Commissioner Stratayo Onanga on Monday. In the first letter, Magnus Abbey nominated to serve as chair of the NUPRC Abbey. Senate in Rivers Southeast is an NMPC leader and currently age of the Great Green. The President urged to confirm the nominees promptly following the recent appointments of those for both seats, Orishe Meyiwa Eyeson for NUPRC and Engineer Saidu Aliyu Mohammed, MDPA. Tinubu charged all appointees to discharge duties with professionalism to ensure oversight of Nigeria's oil sector. We now move over to our Benin Network Center of the news. To you, Sonny Duke.
Thank you, Joyce, and once again, welcome to Benin Network Studio. You can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.ng/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. The need for management and staff of independent television and Radio Benin City to appreciate the Almighty God for His mercies and protection in the past years, while also paying close attention to their health and well-being, came to the fore on Monday as the station held its January 2026 monthly prayer session alongside the first health awareness program of the year. Joy Obaishabo reports.
The 1-hour praise and worship session of independent television and radio held at St. Gabriel Hall, Igwosa, Benin City, was attended by management, administrative, health, and staff members. The session, tagged Praise and Worship, provided an avenue for collective thanksgiving and spiritual reflection at the start of the new year. In his address, the managing director of independent television and radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, emphasized the importance of gratitude to God for daily kindness, protection, and survival, noting that appreciation attracts more abundant blessings.
Let us collectively, as a group that believe that there is a God up here, that we believe that there is a creator, let's jointly, collectively praise that creator for just 1 hour.
The atmosphere was electrified with uplifting music from Deacon Patrick Uwabo and his band, as management and staff engaged in spirited worship, praise, and thanksgiving for God's faithfulness. The session also served as an opportunity to seek divine mercy, guidance, and grace for the year 2026. Following the prayer session, attention shifted to staff well-being during the first health awareness program of 2026, where media practitioners were advised to prioritize health consciousness, especially in view of work-related stress, fatigue, irregular meals, and lifestyle-induced illnesses. Delivering a lecture titled Healthy Voices, Healthy Screens, Strengthening Public Health Awareness in Media Workplaces. A consultant in community medicine and public health, Dr. Bodeno Ehis, emphasized the need for health-friendly workplace policies and access to medical support services for media professionals.
Stress as psychological hazard, stress from deadlines and live broadcasts, irregular sleeping pattern due to shift work, worker relationship, workers management relationship, long distance traveling, and long stay at workplace.
The program featured an interactive question and answer session during which participants raised concerns on stress management, preventive health care, and workplace health challenges. Reflecting on issues raised, the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, called for improved personal responsibility, stronger departmental collaboration, and healthier management staff relationships within the organization. In her closing remarks, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, urged staff members to sustain unity and togetherness throughout the year.
Management and staff led by Anthony, thank you for leadership. Thank you for worker-management relationship. Thank you all staff for worker-worker relationship. You know we are going to. May the Lord help us all in Jesus' name.
Also speaking, the Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Owuwonsi, and Director of Radio, Dr. Dan Omozusi, stressed the importance of cooperation and teamwork in achieving organizational goals.
Whatever you are doing in enhancing this job, you are doing it unto God Almighty. You don't need to be supervised. Everybody's reward is with God, and he must surely get it.
God has done so much for us. The food that we give to God is praises. That's why we started this year praising God.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Kada Plaza, an entertainment center along Saple Road, Benin City, has upgraded its cinema to 5D video quality with swinging chairs, offering a wide variety of films, including cartoons. The coordinator of the cinema, Mr. Adeola Adeleye, disclosed this to our news crew during a visit to the world-class entertainment center. Wellington Akodeja reports.
Kada Plaza, an entertainment center in Benin City, witnessed an influx of fun seekers as part of activities to mark the new year. Visitors were seen shopping and enjoying the serene environment with their children. Speaking on the remodeled cinema, Mr. Adeleye said they have upgraded to 5D standard with modern swiveling chairs that enhance movie watching experience. He also invited fun seekers to come and enjoy the new features.
It's not like the normal movie you sit down and watch for entertainment. You are a part of it, you flow with it, and this time you don't just see it with your optical eyes, you have to use the glasses meant for it. It's called the 5D glasses. You put it on, it brings you into the movie and the movie into you. That is how it is. You can see it in the form of cartoons, you can also see it in the form of human beings.
Some visitors thanked the management of Kada Plaza and Entertainment Center for providing quality service in Edo State and commended the staff for the new 5D cinema hall.
I just want to have fun, make myself happy. You know, this new year, new things. Kada Plaza is one of the best in this Benin year, so you don't need to say that much. So when you come here, you will see yourself.
So the place is okay. I'm meant to see behind the scene, which I'm hoping to see. I pray it's interesting. And it's a place to watch a movie now, a nice place to be, and a nice place to see many people here. And you can actually have friends here too.
When I come to Kada to watch movie, it's always, amazing.
Kada Plaza and Entertainment Center remains one of the top destinations in Benin City for entertainment and family fun. From Benin, Wellington, Akodija, ITV News.
A new Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, Mr. Aina Adeshina, has resumed duty as the 23rd Commissioner of Police in the state, pledging to strengthen the security architecture and reduce crime and criminality in the state. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the Commissioner made this remark while officially assuming office at the Delta State Police Command Headquarters in Asaba.
The new Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, SP Aina Adeshina, was received at the police headquarters in Asaba by officers and men of the command on Monday, January 5th, 2026, where he inspected a guard of honor mounted in his honor. He takes over from CP Olufemi Abaniwanda. Addressing newsmen shortly after the parade, SP Aina Adeshina said the mandate given to him is to strengthen the security architecture of Delta State, considering its strategic importance to the nation's economy and reduce crime and criminality.
Delta State remains one of the economic hubs of our nation, and it is well established that no society or economy can thrive in an atmosphere of insecurity. It is therefore our responsibility to protect lives, properties, and legitimate economic activities across the state. In line with this mandate, I wish to reassure the good people of Delta State that the command under my leadership will consolidate on existing gains while adopting a professional, intelligence-driven, and people-centered approach.
CP Aina previously served at Ogwashoko in 1996 and later as Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations in Delta State from 2023 to early 2025, before his elevation as the 23rd Commissioner of Police of the state. He was also Deputy Commandant, Police College, where he served for 7 months prior to his posting. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
For more on ITV News tonight, let's now take you to our Lagos Network studio where Ms. Lina is on standby. Ms. Lina, over to you.
Many thanks, Sandy Kokosu, from our Lagos Network studio. The Lagos State Police Command has invited Pastor Chris Okafor, Senior Pastor of Mountain of Liberation and Miracles Ministry, in connection with allegations of multiple rape, other sexual offenses, and conduct likely to cause a breach of public peace and a breakdown of law and order in the states. The Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command, CP Olorundare Jimoh, in a statement directed the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State's Criminal Investigation Department, DCSCID, to carry out a thorough investigation into the allegations against Pastor Chris Okafor. According to the statement, the pastor has been duly served with a police invitation letter through his legal representative and is expected to cooperate fully with officers of the Criminal Investigation Department, PANSI, as investigation into the alleged capital offences and other serious crimes continue. The police command also disclosed that it has directed the immediate provision of full security coverage and protection of the alleged victims. The command encouraged victims and other affected persons to feel free to come forward and report to the Criminal Investigation Department, PANSI, while investigations have already commenced. The command assured the public that the identities of victims will be kept strictly confidential and adequately protected. Individuals who may have fallen victim to the alleged act are further urged to come forward and lodge their complaints with the police.
You're still on to the network news on Independent Television. Let's take a break. There's more news when we return. Do stay.
Many thanks again for rejoining us on the ITV Main News tonight. Edo State Security Corps have arrested a 21-year-old man, thank God, Destiny, for alleged attempted kidnapping of a 4-year-old boy, Wisdom Ehigiator, in Ikpoba Hill, Benin City. The arrest followed a tip-off from members of the public who raised the alarm over the suspicious movement with the child on Sunday, January 4, 2025. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo reports.
Swift intervention by operatives of the Edo State Security Corps prevented what could have been a tragic incident. 4-year-old Wisdom Ehigiator was rescued from an alleged kidnap attempt in Ikpoba Hill, Benin City. Eyewitnesses, including commercial bus driver George Osanyengo and one of his passengers, said the suspect stopped their vehicle, claiming he was taking the child, allegedly his sister's son, to the hospital for treatment. The suspect's inconsistent explanations and suspicious behavior raised alarm, thereby prompting bystanders to alert nearby operatives of the Edo State Security Corps.
If you meet me, let me assist with this pikin, saying I start picking all well. Then what can I go hospital? May just enter. Before those days, one where you they go again? You want to go buy a shoe? I go buy a shoe.
Upon questioning, the suspect denied attempting to kidnap the child, claiming that it was only taking him to buy snacks at the boy's request.
Why you carry on? Same say my buy something. At last I don't get cash with it. Came as I come outside, they follow me. So the baby Yoko follow me. As the mama Yoko is kind and I just carry and go yours. They go ahead first. And I just come outside, so I want to move to my house, go buy a team at the corner.
The child's mother, Marvelous Amading, who had been searching for her missing son, later arrived at the scene and shared her audio.
For kitchen, my body they give me say my children. As I come out, I don't see this one. Now I begin the penal they follow kick slow. This boy I don't know her before. Not my family. I don't know her.
The operatives subsequently arrested the suspect and handed him over to the Ore Beni Police Division, Ikpoba Hill. From Benin, Jolade Ojo, ITV News.
Still on security matter, the Benin State Police Command has uncovered a hidden cache of 912 rounds of B-32 API ammunition in the Kumshi Jamba Mari area of Maiduguri. Police Public Relations Officer ASP Nahum Daso said the ammunition has been secured, while investigations are ongoing to trace its source and intended use. He said the discovery was made on January 4, 2026 following credible intelligence, adding that the explosive ordnance disposal unit was immediately deployed to the scene. The Commissioner of Police, Naziru Abdulmajid, commended members of the public for their timely information and reiterated the command's commitment to intelligence-led policing. Meanwhile, troops of Operation Harding Kai also recovered 1,270 rounds of 12.7mm ammunition concealed inside a drainage in the Bulukutu area of Maiduguri. More news coming your way on the ITV main news tonight, right after this break. Stay with us. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has announced a cabinet reshuffle. The governor relieved Professor Olanike Adeyemo of her duties as secretary to the state government, appointing Professor Musibao Babatunde as a replacement. Other changes include the redeployment of Barrister Temilolu Ashamu and the nomination of Ademola Aderito as Commissioner Designate. A fire outbreak has razed parts of the police mobile force Squadron 13 facility in Makurdi, Benue State. The inferno, which broke out around 3 a.m., affected the armory and the office of the squadron commander, triggering panic as ammunition exploded. Firefighters battled the blaze for hours before bringing it under control. The cause of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Police authorities say investigations are ongoing. Despite prevailing security challenges, the Sokoto State Universal Basic Education Board has directed all public primary and junior secondary schools to resume for the second term on Monday, January 5, 2026. SUBEB Chairman Umar Nogwari Tambuwal, assured parents that measures have been put in place to ensure safety and smooth academic activities. He urged stakeholders to cooperate and disclosed that special monitoring teams will be deployed across the state's 3 senatorial zones. And now talking business, despite its transition into a commercial entity, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is facing mounting financial pressure as rising intercompany indebtedness pushes outstanding obligations owed the company to 30.30 trillion naira. Findings from NNPCL's 2024 audited financial statement show that debts owed by subsidiaries, joint ventures, and related entities increased by 70.4%, rising from 17.78 trillion naira in 2023 to 30.30 trillion naira as of December 31st, 2024. The sharp rise has raised fresh concerns over liquidity management and long-term financial sustainability. An analysis of the accounts reveals that several core subsidiaries, particularly refineries, trading arms, and gas infrastructure units, account for the bulk of the debts. Out of NNPCL's 32 subsidiaries, only 8 are not indebted to the present company. This comes amid ongoing concerns over debt write-offs to the Federation account and plans to divest non-core assets as part of the company's restructuring. President Bola Tinubu had earlier approved the cancellation of debts worth about $1.42 billion and 5.57 trillion naira owed by NNPCL to the Federation account. Australian guitar duo Royal Otis have continued their rapid rise on the global music scene, earning a spot on BBC Radio 1's Sound of 2026 list. The band, made up of Royal Maddow and Otis Pavlovich, ranked 5th on the list, which highlights emerging artists tipped for a major breakthrough. The duo played 81 sold-out shows in 2025, selling over 100,000 concert tickets, and recently wrapped up a sold-out run at London's Brixton Academy. Their success has been fueled by cosmic indie anthems and viral covers, including Murder on the Dance Floor and Linger, the latter amassing over 223 million streams on Spotify. Since 2024, Royal Otis have released 2 albums, Prats and Pen and Hacky, earning critical acclaim and nominations at Australia's ARIA Awards. With momentum building, the band is expected to remain firmly in the spotlight throughout 2026. And now to the foreign scene. The Cuban government says 32 of its nationals were killed during a U.S. operation to capture Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. Havana says those killed were members of its armed forces and intelligence agencies and has declared 2 days of national mourning. Patience Osalgua reports.
A brief government statement did not specify the exact role of Cubans in Venezuela, but the 2 countries are long-standing allies with Cuba, providing security assistance in exchange for oil. Cuban President Marquis Diaz-Canel said the personnel had been providing protection for President Maduro and his wife at Venezuela's request. An official statement said the Cubans fulfilled their duty with dignity and heroism and were killed either during direct combat or as a result of airstrikes on the facilities. Venezuela has not confirmed the total number of casualties from the U.S. raid on Maduro's compound in Caracas on Saturday. However, the New York Times, citing an unnamed Venezuelan official, reported that the death toll had reached 80 and could rise further. In the days following Maduro's capture, questions have emerged over whether Trump administration could consider a similar operation against Cuba, which has had decades of tensed relations with Washington. Speaking to reporters on Sunday, U.S. President Donald Trump said military action against Cuba could not be necessary, claiming the country was already weakening. On Saturday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio described Cuba as a disaster run by what he called incompetent leadership. Last July, President Trump signed a memorandum tightening restrictions on Cuba, reversing some measures introduced under the former President Joe Biden. The White House said the move was aimed at ending economic practices that benefit Cuba's government and security agencies while enforcing stricter travel restrictions on Americans. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
And now to sports. Nigeria Super Eagles continue their quest for a fourth African Cup of Nations title, where they face Mozambique in the round of 16 at the First Stadium. Victory will secure the Super Eagles' 12th quarter-final appearance, extending the record for the last 8 finishes ahead of Egypt, while Mozambique will make their debut at this stage after reaching the knockout phase for the first time in 6 attempts. The two sides have met 5 times across all competitions, with Nigeria undefeated against the Mambas, winning 4 and drawing 1. Their only previous AFCON meeting came in 2010, where Super Eagles sealed a 3-0 group stage victory. Nigeria entered the knockout stage on the back of a flawless group performance, winning all 3 matches against Tanzania, Tunisia and Uganda. Mozambique ended the knockout phase having claimed their first ever AFCON finals win against Gabon in the group stage. They also scored against Cameroon in their final group match, but lost 2-1. And that's our package tonight on the ITV menus. In less than 10 minutes, we'll be bringing you the live broadcast of the Super Eagles and Mambas of Mozambique match in the round of 16 in the ongoing African Cup of Nations, Morocco 2025. Stay tuned and good night.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edagbedo Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba sọ́kì abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Àdáyé asọ́kì abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawaso Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Bona zima Odion Obala zima Odion Malawe Maari Esama Odion na ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma Odion wa na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo bi to ne baba no get turn maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na ima yafe ima ato ima agbon oro pa egugu dori ima adi awo ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just question no mi afa
in Esama, in our father's house,
in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion Way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
The year 2025 is gradually winding down, with just only few days to the year 2026. And it is the last Sunday in the year as well, and of course the last edition of the program in 2025 as well. I want to sincerely appreciate you for keeping tied with us from January to December on the program News Review, and I would never take your love for News Review for granted as we look forward to the year 2026. This is how I'd like to welcome you to the program News Review for today. I am Deborah Ivy Ugbefun, thanking you so much for joining us. The Senate during the week under review passed the 2026 appropriation bill of 58.47 trillion naira. The passage followed a lead debate by Senate Majority Leader Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele on the floor of the Senate.
The long title of the bill, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation, the total sum of 58.47 trillion naira for the services of the Federation for the year ending 31st December 2026, was presented on the floor by Leader of the Senate, Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele.
15.909 trillion naira for debt service, 15.252 trillion naira for recurrent non-debt expenditure.
During contributions, senators called on the Appropriations Committee to conduct rigorous scrutiny.
The mindset of this administration to secure us, protect us, and of course, our armed forces and other security agencies would have more resources available to them.
The four main things which Mr. President has set out to achieve. Number one, which is extremely fundamental, the role of government, the primary security of lives and property.
This money be appropriated is made to ensure prudent procurement, appropriate remuneration, and ratio payment.
The Senate has now referred the bill to the Appropriations Committee for detailed review.
The total sum of 58 trillion 472 billion 628 million 944,759 naira only, of which 4 trillion 97 billion 381 million 103,856 naira.
From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
The federal government, during the week under review, moved to ease traffic congestion on major highways as Works Minister, Engineer David Umahi, directed all contractors handling federal roads projects to immediately clear their construction sites and allow free flow of traffic across the country. Engineer David Umahi issued the directive during a meeting with contractors, zonal directors and federal controllers of works from the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, the ministry's headquarters in Abuja.
Speaking, the minister warned that no construction site should obstruct traffic without express approval from the ministry. He stressed that all unnecessary blockages must be removed to reduce delays, accidents, and hardship for road users, especially during the busy youth-out travel season. He signed out key traffic corridors for urgent attention, including the Abuja-Kano, Abuja-Lokoja, Ife-Ibadan, Enugu-Onitsha, Enugu-Port Harcourt, Mararaba-Kefi and Sokoto-Zamfara-Katsina roads, directing contractors to act swiftly to restore smooth movement along these routes.
For you to close sites, there must be, approval by the Federal Ministry of Works. That is what the contract says. That's what the procedure says. You don't just close and open. We need to know if you want to close. There are some of the sites that must not close. No place you close without our permission. This is very important. And let me plead with you to free the roads. We were thoroughly embarrassed, on Abuja.
Speaking at the meeting, the Minister of State for Works, Bello Mohammed Goroyo, urged the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency to step up its operation and embrace innovative maintenance strategies, reminding officials that Nigerians expect visible results, not excuses.
I think we are now going to a new dawn because we really need to work hard. We have to leave our comfort zones and address the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians.
Earlier, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Works, Mr. Ralph Adeladan, thanked constructors for their cooperation in advancing federal road infrastructure development. From Abuja, Grace Ebulefo, ITV News.
From Edo State House of Assembly came the report during the week under review that the lawmakers passed the 2026 appropriation bill into law. The House also passed 2 other bills and confirmed Mr. Chris Okaibe as commissioner in the state.
The Edo State House of Assembly has passed the 2026 appropriation bill into law at its final plenary sitting on Tuesday, marking the end of the 2025 legislative year. Presenting the report, Chairman of the House Committee on Budget and Appropriation, Honorable Father Egberemole, representing Asan Central Constituency, submitted 3 key findings and 2 recommendations. He noted that the budget aligns with the developmental agenda of the state government. In another development, the House considered and passed a bill to amend the Edo State Local Government Electoral Law, as well as a bill to establish the Edo State Economic Planning Council Board. Additionally, the lawmakers screened and confirmed Mr. Chris Okaibe as commissioner several months after his nomination by Governor Monday Okpebholo. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
As a follow-up to that report, we told you during the week under review that Senator Monday Okpebholo signed the 2026 appropriation bill of 939 billion naira into law following the consideration and passage of the bill by the Edo State House of Assembly. The 2026 appropriation bill is tagged Budget of Hope and Growth.
I'm here before you, Your Excellency, to present to you for your assent the year 2026 approved appropriation law, Edo State of Nigeria.
Governor Okpebholo, while assenting to the law, said the budget of hope and growth will move Edo State to greater heights. He thanked members of the Edo State House of Assembly for their proactiveness in ensuring the prompt consideration and passage of the bill. The governor expressed optimism that the 2026 budget would accelerate development and improve the living standards of Edo people.
Never thought it would be so quick, but to my greatest surprise, you have done a thorough job. I want to once again say a very big thank you And I believe the budget of hope and growth will catapult Edo State to a higher height.
Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Abubakar, who led the Clerk of the House, Alhaji Audi Aya Omobai, and other members to the signing ceremony, appreciated the governor for what he described as remarkable developmental strides that have positively transformed the state and its citizens.
Your Excellency, this budget is indeed a budget of hope and growth. I want to thank you that this budget will perform 100%. And Edo people will see what you are doing with the funds we will always appropriate for you.
Key sectors that will benefit from the 2026 budget include agriculture, education, health and infrastructure. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Still on Edo State government, reported during week under review that Senator Monday Okpebholo received the reports and resolutions of a 5-man committee constituted to investigate the stake in the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, and the Regdison Hotel projects. Governor Okpebholo also sworn in a former member who represented Oedo West constituency, Honorable Chris Okaibe, as a commissioner.
Governor Okpebholo, after receiving the committee's report, assured that the findings and recommendations would be fully implemented. He disclosed that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, would be invited to further examine issues raised during the investigation. The governor revealed that Edo State invested over 3.8 billion naira in the MOA project and more than 28 billion naira in the Radisson Hotel project, yet the state holds only 10% equity despite expectations of more substantial stakes in both investments.
I will work with your recommendation and we forward it to the appropriate authority to investigate what has actually happened.
Earlier, the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Abubakar, who led members of the committee to present the report, said the investigation followed observed discrepancies in the ownership structure of the two projects.
Facts is now out, which is now documented and printed into a proper resolution.
In a related development, Governor Okpebholo administered the oath of office and allegiance to Honorable Chris Okaibe, who was sworn in as a civil commissioner in the state.
As commissioner in Edo State, I will discharge my duties to the best of my ability.
Our SHINE agenda must be fully carried out. You can see what is happening in Edo. Your own is to contribute your quota to what is already happening. Let me also use this opportunity to thank the people that cleared you, because to me this is like a special ceremony on a Christmas Eve.
The newly sworn-in commissioner, Honorable Chris Okaibe, described his appointment as an honor that comes with great responsibility.
Your Excellency, I've always been one of your generals. I'm still very energetic, and we're going to take this dream to the next level together.
Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
From the Palace of the Oba of Benin, we brought you this report during the week under review. It was a colorful and captivating sight as the rich cultural heritage of the Benin people took center stage during the presentation of the Ewe leave to the Oba of Benin, Oba Ewa II. The presentation, which forms part of the annual Uge festival, drew palace chiefs, cultural troops, and guests from far and near.
The Ewe leaf holds deep cultural significance to the Oba of Benin, symbolizing peace, blessings, prosperity, and new beginnings. Presented during the Ugi Ewe festival as a New Year gift, the sacred leaf is believed to usher in good fortune, good health, and prosperity for the entire kingdom. The ritual also serves as a strong bond between the Oba and his people, reinforcing unity, renewal, and communal blessings. The 2025 edition was no different, and the event once again dazzled with glamour and pageantry. Cultural groups and palace chiefs participated actively, reaffirming their loyalty and respect for the revered Benin monarch. Guests turned out in large numbers to witness the colorful and eye-catching ceremony. Speaking on the significance of the Ewere leaf, Chief Iyama described it as a powerful symbol of peace, good luck, and blessings for the royal family and all Edo people. According to him, the leaves represent joy, prosperity, and a bountiful harvest, symbolizing complete renewal and prayers for the coming year.
The Ewere leaf was many years ago. Oba was in trouble and there was turmoil in the kingdom. He ran away, and he said that he hid under a leaf, under a quite broad leaf, and so it was that leaf that protected him and saved him from being captured.
The Ogi festival is expected to conclude with a Thanksgiving ceremony at Holy Arosa. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
In the same vein, the rich cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom unfolded at the residence of the Esamara of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu, as different groups and personalities trooped in to celebrate the festive season by presenting the symbolic Ewere leaf to the revered patriarch of the House of Igbeneghu. Cheerful renditions of tributes and homage in honor of the Esamara of Benin characterized the event.
In Benin culture, Ewere leaves are traditionally used for purification, blessings, and the making of important events. Several groups, families, and individuals continued to troop into the House of Igbeneghu to pay tribute and celebrate Ogi-Ewere with the Esama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu. The list of visitors was endless. Different cultural groups, families, professional bodies, and social clubs all took turns to celebrate the season with the Esama of Benin. In an interview, the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu, spoke on the significance of the traditional Ewere leaf, noting that tradition has a vital role in shaping community values and ensuring peace and harmony among the people.
Today is New Year Day for Benin. We receive Ewere today, as you are a Benin man, to pray to say thank you for Lord for attending another year.
Also present were the Sisters of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, Igwosa, led by their Superior General, Sister Josephine Ebuehi, as well as members of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Edo State Branch, who paid courtesy visit to the Esama, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Now moving on. In honor of the Esamara of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu, widely regarded as a pillar of generosity and a champion of progress, El Esed Choir Benin City held a special 2025 Christmas carol and 5 lesson service at the House of Igbeneghu. The performance by the choir was a great delight to the Esama and his guests.
It was an evening filled with enchanting melodies and heartfelt performances. The Patriarch of the House of Igbeneghu, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbeneghu, visibly elated, stepped onto the dance floor with remarkable elegance. 5 Bible lessons were read, with the most outstanding delivered by a middle childhood reader, Kimberly Paul Ofoni.
He took there with him Mary, his fiancée, who was now obviously pregnant. And while they were there, the time came for her baby to be born.
Kimberly Ofoni was not done yet, as she soon returned with mind-blowing tributes in honor of the Esama of Benin. This attracted resounding applause from the gathering.
Do you know that Edo is the cradle of black civilization, and that the word Benin was formed from the word Ubini by the Portuguese? Do you also know that there is only one Esama He is the father of the people, the only man who was able to bring tradition and the future, a trailblazer, our father who is known for his resilience, generosity, vision, and impact on humanity.
A homily delivered by Reverend Father Emmanuel Chekube on the essence of Christmas served as the symbolic icing on the cake.
They discovered the star and they went in search of the baby. And that tells us a lot about their level of attentiveness. And because they were attentive, they were able to follow the instructions of God through the stars. And the next thing was that when they eventually saw the baby, the first thing they did was that they knelt down and worshipped. That is a sign of gratitude.
Melodies of honor and joy continued to fill the air as El Excel Choir kept the audience thoroughly entertained for the duration of the event. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Christians in Nigeria during the week under review joined their counterparts across the world to mark the Christmas celebration. The Archbishop of Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Kubezi, alongside other clergymen, urged Christians to celebrate Christmas peacefully and show love by supporting the needy in the society.
Christmas Day, December 25th, is set aside to commemorate the birth of Jesus Christ. In Benin City, Archbishop Augustine Obiora Kubeze and other men of God, including Reverend Benson Ogieraki and Bishop Charles Osayuki Okundigie, encouraged Christians to remain peaceful and content while reaching out to the less privileged and those in need during the celebration of Christmas.
I therefore call on you, the faithful of the Archdiocese of Benin City, to allow God's compassion to guide your words and actions. Share what you have with those in need.
As you are rejoicing, as you are eating, know that the primary purpose of today, that Jesus came to die for our sins. Reflect on that. Instead of buying 12 bottles of beer and wasting money, there are many people that may not even be able to afford a meal. Look for them and support them.
One of the best things that have ever happened that Christmas has brought to humanity is peace. Being that Jesus is the reason for the season, so the best way to enjoy it is to accept him as your Lord and personal Savior.
In Lagos, some children were seen catching fun as they also visited recreation areas. Some children whose parents could not afford meals for them for Christmas were taken care of by an NGO. Some parents comment on the celebration.
We are enjoying ourselves here. Our Christmas is going on beautifully. Not just giving them food to eat, it's also making them have fun.
In Abuja, Christians marked Christmas. In his Christmas message at Our Lady Queen of Nigeria Catholic Pro-Cathedral Abuja, the Archbishop of Abuja Archdiocese, His Eminence Bishop Ignatius Kiegama, called on the federal government to replicate the recent success achieved in the release of all the students abducted from a Catholic school in Niger State in tackling kidnapping and other security challenges in the country.
We may be undergoing challenges of different kinds, but we know that the Lord is there. And that is why Jesus is called Emmanuel, God with us.
Elsewhere in Kaduna State, Christmas activities commenced early in Dinata Chiefdom, Kegako local government area of Kaduna. Pastor Amos Simeon of Ekwa Church, Dulu Tafa, reminded Christians to emulate the teachings of Jesus Christ by showing love to their neighbors.
We have the soldier, we have the police, we have the cadres, we have the JTF, and we have some other paramilitary. They are going around to make sure we celebrate the Christmas very peacefully and understanding.
In Kano State, Christmas services were held in various churches across the metropolis. Clergymen called on Nigerians to embrace love and tolerance, while urging leaders to emulate the selfless life and teachings of Jesus Christ. They also appealed to the federal government to intensify efforts at protecting lives and property and to ensure the release of Nigerians currently held in captivity.
In the midst of banditry, kidnapping, terrorism, the Christian must know that God is with us.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Also during the week under review, the much publicized 2025 Christmas party tagged Christmas Igbadun, organized by Independent Television and Radio Benin City, held its station's corporate headquarters, Glasshouse Airport Road, Benin City. Children, parents, and guests in large numbers attended the exciting event.
Independent Television and Radio Christmas Party, tagged Christmas Igbadun, was well attended, welcoming guests, participants, and sponsors. The Executive Director, Finance and Administration, ITV and Radio, Lady Salarina Ojomo, said the event is organized for members of the public to celebrate Christmas. She also appreciated the founder and Asama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Rubenejan, for providing the enabling environment that has sustained the initiative.
This is something that is customary with us in order for us to discharge our corporate social responsibility. I cannot but appreciate all our partners who have joined hands with us over the years on this festive show.
Speaking on the true meaning of the season, the Executive Director of Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Onwumose, reminded guests that Christmas goes beyond entertainment, noting that the celebration is set aside to honor the birth of Jesus Christ.
Christmas is not a time to gallivant about getting drunk and committing all sorts of sin. It's all about Jesus. He is the reason for the season.
Guests participated in various competitions, including cartoon character dance displays, children's musical chairs, catwalk contests, pick and win games, as well as dance competitions involving children, youths, and adults. Adding color to the celebration were sung ministrations by music artists and church groups, alongside the appearance of ITV's Father Christmas, Father Paul, to the delight of children and guests. Winners in the various competitions went home with attractive prizes such as a live turkey, household items, fabrics, and other gift materials.
God will bless you now. This is my first time to enter Glass House. God dance. I said I want to go try my best.
Thank you, ITV. God bless you. Amen. I didn't expect it coming, but I give God all the glory. ITV, thank you. I love you.
I'm so impressed. I believe that we are still going to have this get-together party together.
We are very happy to partner with Independent Television and Radio on this project. We are into solar system installation and maintenance.
In a vote of thanks, the Director of Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, expressed appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of the program.
I want to applaud the members of the committee for a job where the people did very well.
Independent Television and Radio is set to bring another holiday delight to residents with Iselogbe Groove, scheduled to hold on the 1st of January 2026. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
On a cheerful note, reporter John Wikonda reviewed that the United States President Donald Trump announced that the U.S. military has carried out airstrikes against Islamic State militants in northwest Nigeria, describing the operation as powerful and deadly, and saying it was aimed at halting what he claimed were sustained attacks on civilians, particularly Christians. In a statement posted on his social media platform, Truth Social, Trump said the strikes were ordered by him in his capacity as a commander-in-chief and targeted ISIS elements operating in the region. He added that he had previously warned the group to halt what he described as the slaughtering of Christians, insisting that the operation was a direct response to those warnings. According to Trump, the U.S. Department of Defense carried out numerous perfect strikes, underscoring what it called American unraveled military capability. On a side note, reporter John Wikonda reviewed the suspected Boko Haram insurgents detonated an improvised explosive device at the Juma Mosque in Gabaru ward around the customs area in the heart of Maiduguri, the Borno state capital. The incident occurred around 6:10 p.m. on Wednesday last week as Muslim worshippers were observing their prayers. Although information on the incident remains sketchy, residents said many worshippers were either killed or injured. However, the police public relations officer in the state, ASP Nuhum Dansu, said from preliminary investigations, 5 persons were confirmed dead so far, while about 35 others were injured. The blast has already created fear among residents, especially within the Christian community who were preparing for the Christmas celebration. Security operatives have cordoned off the area to prevent further casualties and also to allow preliminary assessment of the incident. With that report, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review, which is the last edition of the program in the year 2025. Please do not forget to keep a day to test next week Sunday, which I'll be bringing you the program News Review again in 2026. I am Deborah Uvier Ogbe for now. See you next week. To have a lovely week ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
A very good afternoon to you and you. Welcome to our program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokogie. Today is a Monday, and of course the last Monday for the year 2025 and the last edition for the year 2025. So I want to say a very big thank you. I mean, all the episodes of the program African Discourse from the very first Monday of the year 2025 until now, most of the viewers out there they watched the program. So I appreciate so much, and I pray that God Almighty will also make us to see other editions in the year 2026. Well, today on the program African Discourse, we're going to be starting with major political happenings in Africa in the year 2025. I mean, the elections that we saw, and of course the coup that we saw. Well, some were alleged to have been fabricated, while some actually came through. As we speak now, we still have 1 or 2 nations, even up till about 4 nations, that the military junta took over the democratically elected governments in those nations, the likes of Democratic Republic of Congo and even Mali. We saw how the military junta took over those nations, and of course how the military rule is in those nations as we speak. Then it was in the year 2025 that we saw the ECOWAS became 50 years of ECOWAS, and we also saw that. Then also we also saw the election of Cameroon, whereby the oldest president on earth, Paul Biya, who turned 92, and of course he contested the election, and he won that election. So all these are the major things that we're going to be talking about today on the program African Discourse. Then also too, we also look at one of the most recent of it all now, when we talk about political issues, maybe somehow cascading it into security. The airstrikes that we saw, whereby it was in the Pentagon that the U.S. government reported that it was the U.S. government that was responsible for the airstrikes that happened. And we're going to be looking at how that resonates in Africa and into African politics. And to look at all this this afternoon, we are so privileged to have two gentlemen here, and most of the times we saw them on the program African Discourse. First and foremost, join me to welcome Mr. Neville Obahedo, a lecturer with the University of Benin. Sir, you're welcome to this program African Discourse.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, viewers and listeners all over the world.
And let me say thank you so much for coming most times of the year 2025. Thank you so much for attending to our invitation. Okay. Then a very good friend of mine from Unit Delta, Neville Dowita Egbutako, is also our guest this afternoon. And a couple of times we saw him via Zoom when he had to join us from Unit Delta in Agbo. He's an international conflict resolution expert and also a public affairs analyst. Yes, Dowita Egbutako, so good to have you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Viewers, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so let me just start with you, Dowita Egbutako. Political happenings in the year 2025, the likes of the elections that we talked about, and of course the military junta and all that. Now, in all of all this now, how does it resonate with you, these political issues in Africa in the year 2025?
Well, nothing unusual really happened as far as talking about African political landscape in 2025. When I say something not really unusual, it is saying ding-dong stories of my administration, ding-dong stories of wasted resources all over Africa, and which occasioned the intervention of some military juntas, in African politics. And in 2025, we saw some military junta, precisely characters in the Burkina Faso, characters in Mali, characters in Niger, trying to redefine progressive socio-economic development in Africa, trying to redefine it, because and those characters in those countries, for me, they try to bring Africa from the cocoon of ridicule, underdevelopment, and shamelessness. Because what we have in all of Africa is a legacy of shamelessness. Is the root of banditry. Because when you have presidential palaces that do not reckon with the people, when you have democracy that cannot put food on the table, we have democracy that cannot secure human lives, democracy that cannot bring development. What is the meaning of such democracy? So, except from some few spots, in South Africa, where the last of Ramaphosa is trying to pull one or two strings. When I say one or two strings, I like the way he stood up to Donald Trump, for instance. A character like Donald Trump, who is an imperialistic master. It's my opinion, because never in the history of the United States, as a guy entered the White House that brought so much confusion in global politics, try to bring a brand new imperialism. Look at what he's doing in Venezuela. Look at what he's doing in Ukraine. We all know what is happening in Ukraine. I don't want to go far. So, in Africa 2025, it's the same ding-dong stories. Is it Nigeria, where nothing seems to have changed? When the government at the center is overtaxing the people, when the government at the center is not doing from opinion, doesn't give a hoot about the socio-economic existence of the people. Because we never in the history of this country have we had the kind of inflationary trend that's prevalent in Nigeria, for instance. And you mentioned in your introduction, we are seeing a brand new imperialism. The Department of War, for instance, we'll get there later, had to intervene in Nigerian security situation. What a shame! That in part of the military, sophisticated military gadget that we have in our kitty, that one man from Washington, from White House, had to shoot something, had to give directive from the Department of War in Pentagon. It's a stain on our sovereignty, you know. And so, is it in, as you said, is it in Cameroon, where you have one of the oldest men that are still trying to pilot their affairs? It beats imagination. It offends reasoning. That a character that like Paul Biya is saying Yaoundé. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I look at the Democratic Republic of Congo. Look at the peace that was brokered between the Democratic Republic and Kigali over the crisis in the
DRC.
In DRC.
Yeah.
Can't ECOWAS, can't African Union could have done that? Could those countries have waited for a donator America to have intervened in such, mediation? Because such mediation have consequences, economic consequences. Because it's a gateway to hit into the economy, prowess of African countries. We know what has happened in Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance. We know what happened to that country via Mobutu Sese Seko. Several decades of destruction via Western imperialism, and it offends reasoning.
All right,
that a Donald Trump, for instance, that to show the level of rudderlessness of African leadership in 2025, that Donald Trump had to intervene in such crisis. Where was African Union, AU? So what are we talking about? So that's why I started. I said the same ding-dong stories of maladministration, misgovernance, government that does not care, we don't reckon with the people. So, and that was why we had a series of military engagement all over Africa, because they wanted change. If democracy cannot provide food on the table, cannot provide security, the military boys say, hey, we can do it.
All right, Nowita Igbutako, thank you so much. Nabi Obakedo, looking at 2025 in Africa, I think somehow we may be tempted to want to segment it into three happenings, so to say. We have the one that has to do with the crisis, like what Nowita talked about, the crisis in the DRC. Then we also saw how some elections came through. Then we also saw the military junta coming into governance. Well, you may want to say that the issue of military junta coming into governance in Africa actually started, say, sometime 2023. But it was in 2025 that we saw the one that happened in Niger, the one that happened in Mali,
in Benin Republic.
In Benin Republic, very close to us, attempted, and all that. So, what is your talking point? Looking at these whole scenarios that we've just mentioned, how would you want to contribute?
Okay, thank you for your question. Let me start from the issue of elections. I start with the Republic of Tanzania. Tanzania conducted an election around October. The president that was there, that died in the office, John Magufuli, he was the 5th president of Tanzania after Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Then we had Ali Hassan Mwinyi.
Yes.
Then we have Joseph Ukapa. Then we have Jakaya Kikwete. Then we have John Magufuli. Then the vice president under John Magufuli is Mrs. Suluhu Hassan from Zanzibar. She was vice president. Then when Magufuli died, she became president. Now, the people of Tanzania have usually conducted peaceful elections. peaceful transition from one party, from one government to another. Now, if you look at the prosperity of Tanzania, irrespective of what people may say, when you compare that prosperity with the prosperity of other countries, you discover that it has been an atmosphere of peace, atmosphere of development, atmosphere of solidarity. Now, because there was threat to the position of the incumbent president, you see the kamikaze that took place, the manipulation of the election, the killing of people who protested, and the arrest of those who protested. Now, that is not the foundation that was laid by the likes of Umwalimu Julius Kabaragi Nyerere. I believe that Kabaragi Julius Nyerere spirit will be moving in the land of the dead over the people that died as a result of people trying to perpetuate themselves in power. That is a minus for Tanzania and for Africa in 2025.
Okay, it is.
Then we had an election in Guinea-Bissau. Our own president, former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and some other West African former leaders were there to monitor the election. As the results were coming in, the government of Sissoko Embalo was overthrown. Then one General Ignis armed man now became the president.
The military
that was
the military head
attempt to overthrow the government of Embalo.
Okay. Now
Nigeria at a point had to pay the salaries of the civil servants or public servants of Guinea-Bissau, other Obasanjo, when I try to remember the name of the president who was there at that time. Now, that is a minus. If the military actually believed that somebody else was winning that election and President Embalo was trying to manipulate the election in his favor, they would have allowed the result to be announced, then get the result and say this person won this election.
Okay.
And give the person the mandate.
Beautiful. Now we will pause there so that we quickly go for this commercial break. Don't forget the program is still African Discourse, and we are starting this afternoon with happenings, political happenings for the year 2025. The year is still running. We still have some few days left before it eventually comes to an end. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television, African Discourse, and we still have our guest here. Neville Obakedo is right here with us, and also Nwita Igbutako. Now, Neville, a while ago, you were talking about the election, the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau, whereby Embalo, was alleged to have orchestrated the coup that we saw, and how he moved to Sudan, to Senegal, then later to Congo, Brazzaville, and all that. So, can you continue on that now?
Then I said that is a minus for democracy and for sustainable development in Guinea-Bissau.
Okay.
Then we go to Guinea-Conakry. In 2021, Colonel Mamadou Doumbouya overthrew the government of Alpha Condé. He accused the man of manipulating the election and the electoral process and was persecuting the opposition. Today, the man is about to transmit from military dictatorship to civilian presidency. Yesterday, December 28th, there was a general election where many people were supposed to contest that election. Key opposition leaders were banished out of the country. And so the election was conducted with a very weak opposition. And Guinea-Conakry is going to go back to the era of Lassana Conté, the man who took over the government of Guinea when the burial of independent president Ahmed Sékou Touré was being organized at the National Stadium.
Yes.
The man overthrew the government. And when his own burial was also being conducted, Didi Camara also overthrew the government of Guinea. And so you see the circle. The prosperity that Guinea enjoyed in the era of Ahmed Sékou
Touré.
Lassana Conté came to thwart it.
Wow.
Didi Camara came to thwart that one. And today, Mamadi Doumbouya is doing the same thing.
Wow.
That is again a minus for Africa and a minus for Guinea. But there is something that is positive about elections. In Malawi, President Lazarus Chakwera contested the election with former President Peter Mutharika. And the election, after the rerun and all the things that took place, former President Peter Mutharika came back again to become president. That's a beauty for democracy. So that's a plus for Malawi. The same country that was held bound by Esti Kamuzu Banda many years ago. Now another election was conducted in Central African Republic. The president of Central African Republic, Faustin Todera, if that's the correct name. This man, because of the election that took place this year, and because he want to run for a third term, the man amended the constitution for a third term, and now there's no limit for the president. Yes, so the man can be president just like
Paul Biya.
Yes, like Paul Biya, just like Paul Kagame and several other African leaders who want to remain in office forever. Again, that is a minus. The democracy is number one, a game of number, a game of freedom of speech, a game of fundamental human rights.
All right, so what we're saying that there's been some plus and some minus politically in Africa in the year 2025.
Yes.
Okay.
There are so many other we cannot mention, but we need to measure other things. We have said something about a military coup d'etat attempt in Benin Republic.
In Benin Republic.
Yes. In Nigeria here, we are aware that some officers are being interrogated,
being investigated.
Yes, for another fake coup.
Yes.
So you see that coup in the Sahel and West Africa has become a contagious thing.
Okay. Now let's look at it more critically now, because even as we try to say that the elections they've been more positive and also some negative. Now let's talk about the coup. I mean, Ibrahim Traore is one person that almost the whole world is praising now. Now, can we say that the advent of Ibrahim Traore, even as a military junta, as a military head of state, as it were now, is it a plus for leadership in Africa or a minus? No, which I would go.
It's a fantastic plus.
The military junta.
Fantastic.
The military junta.
Yeah, because in a situation, as I said earlier, when so-called democratic rulers could not provide leadership, could not provide development, could not develop good governance, what do you call that kind of democracy? That's a minus for democracy. So in a case of Traore in Burkina Faso, you say never. In fact, when I look at Traore, I remember Patrice Lumumba. When I look at Traore, I remember Kwame Nkrumah. These are people who are Pan-Africanists, who see beyond today. We know what happened in Burkina Faso for decades under Blaise Compaoré. We know what Compaoré did to Thomas Sankara. So for me, I am not a military apologist, but I subscribe to any government that can carry the people along, any government that can bring development, any government that is visionary, missionary, government with vision, government that is pro people. That is all I am for. Because just as my friend has said, what have we had in the name of democracy? We have leaders, sitting democratic leaders, who want to organize a palace coup. Because he knew he was losing an election. Imagine kind of ridiculous spectacle.
Yeah.
So for me, the last of Musa Traore,
Ibrahim
Traore is welcomed in the politics of Africa. Because if democracy that cannot provide leadership, then let those who can provide leadership.
All right, now
so
quickly.
For me, it's a fantastic development, because the people in Burkina Faso are happy. And we know what imperialists and imperialism are trying to do now. Trying to pin down that revolution. It's a revolution. It's a movement.
Yeah.
In Burkina Faso.
Okay.
So it's a welcome development.
Right.
I wish we have clear-headed characters in military uniforms. Because what we want is development. What we want is technological advancement. We know what happened in Soviet Union. Though it was a dictatorship of the highest level during Joseph Stalin. But that guy brought development to Soviet Union. Is it in China? It was a revolutionary government. Well, for me, as an international conflict resolution expert, we've seen both ends of the theories, practical and the rest. We need development. If the legs of Musa Ibrahim Traore can be president of South Africa, so be it.
But let us be careful with the way we say that now. Because we're talking about military here.
Yeah. So. What is wrong with military? I didn't know human beings. What is happening?
But it's no more fashionable. That's what we're saying.
Where it is fashionable is there true democracy?
Anyway, let me pause here and bring Neville Obakedo in. Now, Neville, quickly, before we go for another short break now. Now, I remember that it was somehow before this 2025 that is ending now. Somebody said that before the end of this year, that what's his name now? The guy in Niger Republic, Tiachini, the military head, the military junta head there. That before the year 2025, that a democratically elected president would have been sworn in. An election would have been conducted in Niger. As we speak now, it is still being held by military junta. Neville Obakedo.
When you talk about military government, you know, I made mention of the contagious theory just now that you can use to explain why the spread of military dictatorship in the Sahel and in the West Africa sub-region. So also, you can use the sit-tight theory to explain perpetuation in power by military dictators.
What is the sit-tight theory now?
Yeah, that is to say that a person who is a military dictator who has come to say that yes, we want to cleanse the system because of corruption, because of manipulated election. By the time they get there, they now repeat the history of what they were trying to condemn. And that was what I made. That was why I made mention of Mamadi Doumbouya just now of Guinea. That is Guinea that has Conakry as its capital. Because one of the reasons why the government of Alpha Conde was overthrown was because he manipulated the election. Now you want to conduct an election as a military person who is transmitted to a civilian person. You are also manipulating the electoral process. Is that not what you accuse the other man of before you overthrew the government? Now, when we talk about that, I just use that one as a basis to answer your question. That the reason why this Nigerian leader cannot just organize election because he is going to be part of that electoral process. The person that you overthrew the man because of manipulated election. Now he is planning to transmute. He is also going to make sure that any person that will take over power from him will not be allowed to participate in that electoral process. That is statism. So you go to Ghana. You look at the history of military dictatorship in Ghana, from General Kotoka to Afrifa, from Afrifa to Akufo, from Akufo to Achempong to Jerry Rawlings. You discover that all those military men, they were overthrown, apart from Jerry Rawlings, who later came and decided to put an end to the life of those that may likely organize his own overthrow. He cleansed them in the name of a revolution. And he was there for many years.
Yes.
You see tightism, people who have tasted power, they have a tendency that they are not ready to lose power immediately. For example, we are talking about Burkina Faso, we are talking about Ibrahim Traore. When Captain Thomas Sankara became the military leader of Upper Volta, before he changed the name to Burkina Faso, he had a friend who was the second in command, Captain Blaise Compaoré. Now, I don't know the reason why Compaoré overthrew the government, but I believe that he was used to overthrow the government because that government was nationalistic. That government was pan-Africanist, and the man was ready to transform the country and make the country a better place, a land that was going with milk and honey. He overthrew this man, killed the man, and then became president. For many years, he was organizing elections and perpetuating himself in power until there was what I refer to as citizenship competitiveness that made him to leave the country.
Okay, all right, we'll take a pause here now because we don't need to go for this commercial break. Viewers out there, the program is still African Discourse, and we are trailing major political happenings in Africa in the year 2025. You can see that it's building up. So we'll take a short break now. Then when we return, we're going to be looking at other major happenings too. It is in this year 2025. We are still in 2025 now. It is still in this year 2025 that we saw ECOWAS, an economic bloc in West Africa, became 50 years. And also too, we also saw the AFCON that is going on now, the African Nations Cup, being hosted by Morocco. We saw a protest, the protest known as the Gen Z protest in Morocco.
Yes.
It was also in this year 2025 that it happened. Then also too, the recent one that seems to be most recent now, the airstrikes, the one that happened in Nigeria. Talking about the U.S. after several warnings to the Islamist militants and all that, terrorists and all that, several warnings, eventually the U.S. had to, issue airstrikes in Sokoto, that's in one of the northwestern states of Nigeria. So we're going to be looking at all that and see how other African nations are resonating, particularly with these recent airstrikes in Nigeria. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program still on your screen, on your television, independent television. The program African Discourse with Evans Sunokogi, the very last edition for the year 2025. And hence, we are looking at major political issues in the year 2025. Gentlemen, now there are various issues to talk about, but we'll just highlight them as they come along. We'll pick them one after the other. Perhaps let's start with the protests in Kenya. You know, we saw that protest. It was sometime, I think, at the beginning of the year that we saw that protest. Yes. Then we also saw some other. Let's start with that protest first. Neville Obakedo. Now, how would you want to react to the protest, the one that happened in Kenya, the one the Kenyans came out, and also it was also in this year 2025 that we saw Ghana, Nigeria must go. you remember that word, Nigeria must go, as against what happened about 43 years ago, whereby it was Ghana must go. So it was in this 2025 that we saw Ghanaians protesting, asking Nigerians to leave Ghana because of the alleged atrocities that were said that were being committed by Nigerians in Ghana. Neville, let's start with the protest in Kenya. It was as a result of bad governance and all that Kenyans came out to protest. Neville Obakedo.
First and foremost, even if a man is elected president of a country, or a man is elected governor of a state, or a man is elected local government chairman, local government area chairman of a local government, you are supposed to engage your citizens, those that you are governing, in terms of your policy options, so that they can make input. So I'm surprised that in Nigeria, it's difficult for you to see a president organizing town hall meetings. The highest they can organize is a media chat, where they are to determine who should participate in the media chat. They are supposed to organize town hall meetings where they are going to break down the budget for people to set agenda for them in implementing their policies that they have set up in their budget. It is missing. And so the government of Kenya, President Ruto decided to take IMF loan, devalue their currency, and raise taxes and make life difficult for the people of Kenya. And because the youth of Kenya, they are active audience, participative audience, they saw that this man was going to mortgage their future for policies that did not originate from Kenya and were not going to better the lot of the citizens and the economy of Kenya. And so they protested. But it pains me that while the protest was on, instead of the president to look inward and call his cabinet members and members of the parliament to talk to them to say, oh, let us see how we can address the complaints of the protesters, they had to unleash state terror on them. And several of them were killed before the man made a U-turn to say that they are no longer going to take the policy that led to the protest in the first instance. That is an avoidable and incalculable mistake on the part of Kenya. And it should not be only Kenya that we should be talking about when we talk about protest, because protest is coterminous with democracy, where people are dissatisfied about government policy, since they cannot go to the parliament to go and be negotiating with the government,
they come out.
They come outside to protest, to register their displeasure with the policy or policies of government. And now, a policy of government can be electoral policy, using state machinery to manipulate elections, and like the case I made mention of in Tanzania. Then when the people now come outside to say, this is not our mandate, you ask security men to kill them, you ask security men to brutalize them, you ask security men to arrest them. That is that in the area of Kenya. We talk about protest, and the way you talk about the Ghana must go. Let me say it here that this issue of
Nigerians,
the issue of Ghana must go, the issue of Nigeria must go. It was the government of
Nkrumah.
No, it's not Nkrumah. There was a government in Ghana, the government of Lima.
In Ghana then? That was in 1983, 81, 82, 83.
Ahmed Lima. That Nigeria must go in Ghana. And they drove Nigerians out of Ghana.
No, that's a recent happening.
No. I'm telling you of what happened before. I want to leak.
Oh, it
Nigeria
happened?
Must go.
Yes, it happened. Yes, under Lima.
So they have to send Nigerians away from Ghana. So when the government of Muhammadu Buhari and today Diago came to power, they also saw that Ghanaians were in every community.
No, so you mean the concept of Nigerians must go it happened the second time?
Yes,
the concept of Nigeria must go happened the second time in Ghana.
Recently.
First of all, happened in Ghana
before
Nigerians asked Ghanaians to go. Yes.
Wow.
So in 1984. The Ghanaians were asked to leave Nigeria. As they were leaving their droves, there's one bag that they were buying.
that became synonymous. Ghana must go.
So now, if Nigerians are in any country, I expect Nigeria to obey the rules and regulations of that country. If it is difficult, if the rules and regulations of those countries are targeting Nigeria, I expect them to cry out to the Nigerian embassy or High Commission, and then the matter can be brought before ECOWAS for resolution. Now, I do not expect Nigeria to go to Ghana to go and be flouting the rules and regulations of Ghana.
Okay. Now let me pause you so that
Ghanaians now get angry and they now ask Nigeria to go.
Okay. Now still talking about
I wrote an article with a professor in my department some time ago. That article is titled Nigeria-Ghana Relation: Root of Convergence and Point of Divergence. Here we talk about how Ghanaians are not always happy when they see that Nigerians are prospering in their country.
Yes.
Yeah, but there are
in South Africa.
Yeah.
Where South Africans will not target Nigeria. They will say because they know how to care for women, they carry their women, they do businesses, they thrive with their businesses, the employment that their old people will not take because the salary is minimal. Nigerians will take the job because they
but let us be careful with when we say Ghanaians are not always happy to see Nigerians prospering.
It's a fact of the matter.
I wrote an article about it.
It's a fact of the matter.
But are you aware that there were accusations that were made by the Ghanaian authorities while they were asking Nigerians to leave?
I've already alluded to that fact.
Yes. So when you say Ghanaians are not happy,
I do not expect Nigerians to go to Ghana and not obey the rules of Ghana as a republic or any other country. But I now say that I have it on good authority. If you check the internet, you will see that article there where Ghanaians use their policies to target Nigerians. It's written there. It's also online. You can check it.
Anyway, away from that, because of other things we need to look at now. Nowitha, still talking about protest now. We also saw the Gen Z 2 protest. That's how it was characterized. The Gen Z 2 protest that came up sometime around June, July, whereby the Moroccan authority, they were preparing for this ongoing AFCON. I mean, they were building stadiums here and there in various states and cities in Morocco as against developments in Morocco. Then the youths came out, to protest.
What's going on, gentlemen?
You cannot be doing this at our own expense. So I want you to touch like that quickly.
You are almost let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
The youth became resentful.
Irate. Yeah.
They became resentful.
Yeah.
They became volatile. They became uncomfortable. They became revolutionary. When they see a government that doesn't have agenda for them, a government that is trying to internationalize itself in the name of football, You know what it means to be the...
But the question that was asked to that, the economic value, because whether I would like it or not now, the hotels in Morocco, they are filled up. I mean, the economic value that this AFCON is bringing to Morocco, don't you think that the youth would have thought of that?
Is it government by the elite? Because in most of African countries, we have government by the elite, for the elite, and by the elite.
No, we're talking about the economic value it brings, is given to the
economic value. Who, at the end of the day, who pockets the largest? Is it the unemployed youth? No, let's tell the truth. Is it the woman selling mama put at the corner of Rabat that will benefit? You know, at the end of the day, just like what is obtainable in Nigeria and in most African countries, all these employment are they are racketed. Employment, who knows who? The syndrome is not only in Nigeria; it's everywhere. You talk of big stadium, breaking this and that. The children and offerings, or politicians, of the elite, that will see maybe the media, the media jobs. Those who are doing bricklaying, who are doing plumbing, who are building the stadium and things like that. But okay, what made the youth to hit Rabat, the capital? They've seen that the thing is not in their own interest. At the end of the day, it's the interest of a few. And that is what is obtainable in most countries in Africa. You know, that's why we learn some of the things that is happening in Burkina Faso. The man is for people, is for masses. Is the government in Ouagadougou is a welfarist agenda, just like what we had in Libya before the unfortunate liquidation of Muammar Gaddafi by the Western powers. That was one of the saddest points in Africa.
Okay. All right, so Neville Obahedo, it was in 1975 that we had the ECOWAS bloc, established, and definitely this year, 2025, it became 50 years old. Now, good enough that the ECOWAS is 50 years old, but something terrible, I don't know whether to use the word terrible, but something unprecedented happened. It was the first time that we saw some member states leaving the bloc, forming their own bloc, the Sahel region. We saw Mali leaving, we saw Niger, we saw Burkina Faso and all that. No, Neville Obahedo. Now, what does this tell us about the ECOWAS? Is ECOWAS still a bloc that is being able to hold member states together? Neville Obahedo.
When we talk about ECOWAS at 50, it reminds me of the effort of Yakubu Gowon, one of the statesmen in this country that made Nigeria to be united to date, despite all odds. When we talk about ECOWAS at 50, it reminds me of the lives of Nyasigbe Adema of Togo, Félix Houphouët-Boigny of La Côte d'Ivoire, Léopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal, and several other leaders. Now, ECOWAS has transmuted from normal ECOWAS to ECOWAS Commission, and so many other things that ECOWAS has done, like restoring peace to Liberia, restoring peace to Sierra Leone, even restoring democratically elected government to Sierra Leone after Captain Valentine Strasser overthrew the government of Joseph Momo some years ago. ECOWAS has tried as much as possible to ensure that ECOWAS is the West Africa sub-region is prosperous despite their experience with colonial masters. One of the problems that ECOWAS has faced, before I talk about the people that are not in ECOWAS today,
quickly, because we have other issues we need to touch on.
The European colonial masters, especially France, they have fought against the unification of the currency of West Africa so that they can witness financial autonomy, because the central bank of Francophone West African countries is tied to the central bank of France. And so they cannot plan their budget and carry out their fiscal and monetary policies without like a permission
from the Central Bank of France.
Wow. That is a setback for ECOWAS. Now, one of the ECOWAS protocols under the ECOWAS Commission is that there shall be no undemocratic change of government in West Africa. If a group of persons decide to effect a change of government through military or by force, they are going to be banned or they are going to be suspended from ECOWAS.
Or face sanctions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the sanctions and the suspension made these people to go and form their own bloc. That their bloc will not stand the test of time. It may be there for some time, but when they now transmute from military dictatorship to civilian rulership or whatever, I will see whether they will not look for a way back to the ECOWAS.
You mean the bloc won't stand the test of time?
Yes.
Okay.
Because these Sahelian countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, these are countries that are facing the same problem that Nigeria is facing.
Okay, beautiful.
The problem
now,
of insecurity.
Yeah, quickly.
And they need collaboration.
Yeah, quickly. I'm going to be asking you perhaps 3 questions as one. Now, first, quickly, we have other things. Now, quickly, let's talk about the G20 summit. We saw it in Johannesburg, whereby, I don't want to use the word almighty Donald Trump. He said he was not going to be at that summit, and eventually he did not go. Now, what does it tell about Africa as a continent? Donald Trump wasn't there and he didn't go there. Then we also saw Nigeria now being partner of the BRICS as against full membership that some Nigerians are calling for. That's the second question. Then also let's talk about the airstrikes. The US airstrikes in Nigeria. How does it resonate in Africa? 3 questions in one.
Well, for me, quickly, I like what happened in Johannesburg.
Okay, you like it?
Yeah.
That US president wasn't there?
Yeah. Because Cyril Ramaphosa and his crowd tried to assert sovereignty.
Because on sovereignty on who now? On what?
Try to assert their independence. Because we know what Donald Trump stands for.
Yeah, Donald Trump his reason was because of the white Africans issues with the government of Cyril Ramaphosa.
Donald Trump is a blackmailer. Donald Trump does not believe in African progress. Donald Trump does not believe in South African progress. Donald Trump is an imperialist master. He wants to control the destiny of the world. For me, from what I know in this thing, what happened in Johannesburg is a welcome development. They call the bluff of Donald Trump.
Yes.
That without you we can move on.
All right, now
so it's a welcome development.
The
BRICS, it's another way to tell, because what Donald Trump is trying to do is to control the destinies of the world. And America is against BRICS. When we talk about BRICS, talk about Russia.
So Nigeria is a partner of the BRICS now?
Well, for me, for a Nigerian government to take some independent position, it's a welcome development. Because the government in White House right now, we want to load it.
Okay.
Over.
They're
talking about the airstrikes.
I'll give you a minute to quickly wrap it up with the airstrikes. Now, the airstrike. Now, some people are of the opinion that those airstrikes landed in vegetable farms in Sokoto State. No casualties and all that. How will you react to that?
In a war situation, there's usually what we call propaganda.
So the airstrikes were the propaganda?
Those that are being targeted, we use propaganda to explain their position. Those that are targeting,
we also use propaganda.
Now, I don't believe that the strikes did not hit their targets.
No, but we are yet to. It's not in the media space, except the reaction that the Sokoto State government gave out.
If it is not in the media space, it's not there for a reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not there for a reason.
Yes, for tactical reasons.
Well, I'm talking about casualties here.
It's not there for a reason. But when you see people coming out to say that there were no civilian casualties, if you see people coming out to say that we saw massive movement of the terrorists,
yes,
you know that something has happened.
Anyway,
in no distant time, we are going to get the details of what happened.
Okay, so I want to say thank you so much, Neville Obakedo. Thank you so much, most appreciated. All the time we invited you on this program, 2025, you made it through. Thank you so much, sir. Please extend a handshake to Nowita. Nowita, I'll personally thank you, because at times I had to put you on the run. Some few hours of the program, you still have to make it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Now, also I will say thank you to my producer. Yeah, talking about Dr. Sonny Dukokoso. I mean, you always prepared me on this program. You know, you dotted those I's for me and crossed the T's. And all my colleagues here that I worked with, my PDs, my internet, facility experts and all that, I want to say thank you so much. And my cameramen. So by the special grace of God, next week Monday is going to be the first edition of the program African Discourse. And by the special grace of God, you will be alive and I'll be here. That'll be in 2026. All right, so until then, my name is Evan Sunokogie. Goodbye and God bless you.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba sọ́kì abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àdáyé asọ́kì abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
On the other side, we have the Nazi boys. The Nazi boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do in the second floor. Always.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, okay, but others have not. Okay. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, yeah, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
certainly the best.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ayabatoge, Abatopae. Adaye, Abatopae. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ugieni Madonna, Imazegno, Overo, Ovesniagbo, Emanazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Hegato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
sóde aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Ọ̀yọ́ bá sọ́kì ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Ọ̀dọ̀ yẹn ọ̀sọ́kì ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.